Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself, health, wealth and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unearthed bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. And soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. Yeah, I wanna.
All right. We are here. We are live. It is day 13 of the World Chess Championship. Really exciting stuff. 2 more days of regulation play. That's today and tomorrow, day 13, day 14. And if we don't get it decided in the remaining classical games, we will go to tiebreaks, which also will be very exciting. And a bit of a reminder about the tiebreak format, 25 minutes, I think with a 10-second increment each. And I believe it is 4 games, first person to 2.5 wins. And if we can't decide it in those time formats, then it goes to Armageddon, which is even shorter time control. So I think both players, and especially Gukesh, might be strongly incentivized to try and get it done before then. And then today's thumbnail, we have the 2 kings, the king of pop, Michael Jackson, and Ding being Michael Jackson, and then the king of rock and roll, of course, Elvis Presley. Both legends in their own right. And I thought that would be, a little bit of a fitting change up. I've been doing a lot of like fictional characters, so I thought I'd go for something more in the real world, even though neither of these people are alive anymore. But before we kick things off, let's take a look at Reddit, and then we can maybe jump into our usual hot take from Magnus Carlsen and Levy, as well as Hikaru, I think, today. So to kick things off, we can start off with a couple of interesting posts. Not really a whole lot to do with the World Chess Championship because of the fact that yesterday was a rest day, so really no new news there. But a lot of news about Kramnik, and someone seems to have discovered a burner account on Reddit where he's kind of representing Kramnik's interests in this little comment, even though it's from a year ago, so I don't know how legit this is, but some people seem to be doing a bit of detective work to see exactly what's going on here. Obviously, Kramnik, quite the sort of contrarian when it comes to being very outspoken about cheating, and being very accusatory of lots of high-level players. And it could be the case that he created a burner account to represent his interests, just to kind of give the impression that more people have this kind of line of thinking, along with Kramnik. And there are plenty of people that do, so I wouldn't really see the point of it, but it yet to be proven. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And then something else that I thought was really funny is Kramnik has Hikaru's top 5 Kramnik insults in his bookmarks. So that means, obviously you can bookmark a tab, something that maybe you want to watch later. And you can see, I think it's from the left, 1, 2, 3, 4th from the left, Hikaru's top 5 insults. And I thought that was really hilarious that Kramnik is actually pretty narcissistic and self-absorbed that he would have something like that bookmarked because he wants to see what Hikaru has to say about him. The real one is in the chats. Hello, welcome to you as well. Great to have you here, guys. It's going to be exciting day. It is day 13 of the World Chess Championship. If you're joining, leave a comment, like, do all that good stuff. Continuing the Kramnik train. Also, some good news for Kramnik is that he really smoked Magnus in Title Tuesday with this really awesome family fork here with the knight on d6, forking the queen on f5 and the king on e8. Obviously, Carlsen resigned in this position, and he must have just missed this kind of tactic, which is very relatable. We've all been there. But it's funny. Carlsen has a habit of doing this once in a blue moon. I've seen him just miss very, very obvious things. I remember on one occasion he was playing, I think it was a speed chess, or it was like a bullet or a blitz game, and he just outright hung his queen. Just forgot that it was being attacked by a knight and just literally hung his queen for nothing and immediately resigned. And he has this kind of trend of like dominating, and then just making a very, very simple mistake. Very rarely, but he does tend to do it. And this time, Kramnik getting the win for a change. Awesome. Today is the 55th, or maybe it was yesterday, 12 hours ago. Yeah, 55th birthday to 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand. Obviously, one of the greatest, most legendary Indian chess players. And hopefully, we can see some action from the up-and-coming Indian player Gukesh today. And then lastly, this is quite sweet. The best queen capture of my life. This guy obviously playing chess on a bunch of crates, but then proposing, which I thought was quite heartwarming. Hey, Anna Sharp is also in the chat. Welcome to you. I know you. And yeah, that's a wrap from our Reddit front page. Let's head over to Polymarket and take a look at what the odds are. You can't quite see. Let me just see if I can move it across here. There we go. 51% chance. So you can see Ding going from 23% all the way up to 51%, which was very, very significant increase in his odds. Despite the fact that everything's equal, the bookmakers are suggesting that Ding has a very favorable chance if it goes to tie breaks. Which makes sense since he won his previous World Chess Championship by winning in tiebreaks. So, yeah, that's pretty interesting. And basically, I think what we're seeing here is that the bookmakers are really going to hate Gukesh's chances if he doesn't win the next 2 games, because then it's going to go to tiebreak. So he needs to get some kind of win in the books before the tiebreaks. Otherwise, it's going to be tricky for him. Of course, it doesn't completely rule him out of winning, but it's just less likely. Okay, so let's head over back, take a listen to what Magnus Carlsen has to say about the previous game. Just give me a moment to pull that up. All right, let's take a look.
The Barnhouse is much better for Ding Liren.
Oh, Ding plays immediately. If he does anything else, it says that Ding has an 85% chance or more.
Oh my gosh.
That's massive.
He finds the move. Incredible.
Yes, he does it. He plays
plays.
the night move. Look how nervous he was when he was playing that move.
We are going to see a tied match with 2 to go.
He is so nervous. He knows he is losing this game.
And resigns on the board. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Take post-game show series. This is the round 12 episode, and today I'm just going to get right into it. I am joined by 2 very special guests, none other than Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, and we're going to break down game 12. We didn't have enough panels on the screen, apparently. You know, they made me fill in, so I'm going to have to fill some very big and important shoes today in the absence of Kaya. Gentlemen, I would like to go to our guest who has not joined us yet for these shows. Hikaru, give me your quick thoughts on game number 12.
Yeah, so game number 12 was very surprising. I think certainly after what happened in game 11, a lot of people expected Ding to kind of fall apart. And to me, it seemed like it was a case of the opening preparation from Gukesh simply going wrong right away. And once Ding got an easy position to play with simple plans, he really just rolled over. He rolled over Gukesh as though it was just, I mean, honestly, just like a normal kind of game where you have someone who's much higher rated than the other player. So it was very weird for me, but I think certainly for the fans, it's great because now there's a lot of tension as we head into the home stretch.
Magnus, your thoughts?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This did look like a World Championship game, but not one from this century. This looked like an Alyekin Bogolyubov kind of match, or somebody who was just severely outmatched, where you sort of get some playable position from the opening, and then essentially the better player wins. And today the better player was Ding by far. So yeah, what Hikaru said as well. And this has happened a few times in the match when Ding actually gets the chance um, to sort of just put his pieces on good squares and play natural moves. He can do that, and he was able to do that without much resistance. So, an amazing turn. I think we used the term baffling yesterday. I think it will probably come up today as well, but certainly unexpected and very exciting.
Yeah, guys, I will say for me, look, I've watched in my lifetime that I can remember, I've watched Anand World Championships, I've watched Kramnik World Championships, I've watched ones where I'm like sentient as a human and I can remember them. I obviously watched a lot of Magnus ones, the one last year, and now this one. And this one by far is the most confusing because one of the quotes from yesterday's recap was maybe the most likely scenario is Ding completely falls apart. And today he shows up and he's just a completely new person. But we should talk specifics. So let's throw the chessboard up on the screen and talk about the opening phase because, like always, that's where we start in the post game show. And I'll go to you, Magnus, with your revitalized and very, very, very high quality audio today. May I say you are crystal clear in my ear. What sticks out to you in the opening?
Yeah, I mean it's good to be somewhere that doesn't have cars racing by in a very in a very quick way. So to everybody who was watching yesterday, there was literally no other time that I could have done it, and I apologize for that. Um, Regardless, I think we very much predicted that Dane would go for the English today, and that we'd probably see something a little bit more solid from Gukesh than the surprise he had last time with the Bishop B4, Bishop B7 line, even though that is objectively a very decent line as well. And finally, 2 days in a row we get the same thing in the opening, that apparently these guys have both prepared different lines in a Catalan that is not the main line with Bishop E7, and so they prefer to go for this D5 D4 thing. And I understand it's your preparation. You want to you want to play what you're prepared for the match, regardless of the match situation. But it turned out both yesterday and today that they were not well prepared at all with black, and then you end up just giving your opponent a playable position kind of for free. I should mention that I did the same thing when I was up 2 against Nepo, and he played the English. I went for an early D4, but at least I won the game, so who cares? And his position was never more than like semi-playable. I was always fine. But I was actually on a plane today, and I saw the first 7 or 8 moves, and I was a bit confused, thinking that this looks very playable for Ding, and I understand that Dukesh wants to keep the concept sort of as simple as possible. He thinks that if he goes for an early C5, you get this Benoni structure that you got yesterday, which is a bit unbalanced. Like Gukesh actually wanted that structure yesterday, so it's understandable that he didn't want it. but clearly he was not into the details well enough, because he didn't never managed to come anywhere near a position that was just completely equal.
Yeah, and so if we move forward, like let's say 2-3 moves, I'm gonna sort of drop it off to Hikaru here. You can, like Magnus said, you can play c5 for the Benoni, you can play knight c6. Hikaru, help me understand why bishop e7. Like I understand e6 to e5. It's generally the way you play a position like this, and the bishop is a bit more active. Gukesh obviously went for something a bit original, but the position just seemed a little hard to play, and he kind of was out of moves.
Yeah, I mean, I think really the question is exactly what did the players prepare in the Catalans? Because I do feel like when it comes to the openings, especially the last two games, if you look at it from Gukesh's perspective, going to yesterday's game, he needed to try something different. I mean, obviously their ideas within the Queen's Gambit decline that he could have gone towards, or maybe the French if he wanted to go back. But the English/Catalan, where you play G3, Bishop G2 very early, it seems like a reasonably logical choice for both players. So I'm a little bit confused as to what happened. And Gukesh was moving instantly in this game, but the position was such that it felt like it was more about the strategy and the plans versus pure calculation. And I think after Bishop E7, I mean, with Ding trading on D4, or actually the trade on E3 occurring, and he's playing for D4, it becomes very, very simple. And I just really don't know what Gukesh was doing. I mean, it's just strange to me, and I wish there was a better explanation, but I was just confused, frankly.
I really think that Gukesh, sort of everywhere he wanted to carve his own path, play something that's reasonable but not the most well known, and that is why he goes for knight c6 instead of c5, and so on. And maybe in a different match situation he wouldn't have been so unhappy with this, but it's just it seems it's just feels, I don't know about you, Ikari, but it just feels a bit easier for White to play. White can always sort of equalize with the move d4 later, and the it's just very harmonious. And we've seen so far in the match that Dean can play. He can actually play when he's not being pressured. So it yeah, baffling. First time, it's baffling.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say also that was kind of thing as Ding, as usual, spending a lot of time in the opening, but because he always has D4 to simplify, there's really no risk whatsoever, and you can just play around this D4 idea. And I mean, I thought even the position, because Ding was moving very quickly up until this moment after we got up until H3 was played, and just looking at the position optically, I don't understand it. I mean, maybe the players, the way they prepare is different. Of course, I haven't played a world championship match, but you have, Magnus. And I mean, I guess the question I would ask you is, do you review some of these lines specifically before the game, or like in this case, do you think the players actually, they're literally relying on preparation they did maybe a week or 2 weeks ago, as opposed to looking at the day of the game?
I would say if Gukesh's seconds were not on him to say that this this concept with one c4 and an early g3, if they were not on him to say that you need to take this very seriously today, then they're not doing their job. Because we were saying it, I think anybody who followed this match and knows a lot about chess would say this was not rocket science. Everybody could expect that this is what Ding was most likely to go for. So the idea that he only reviewed this um, days ago, that's hard to believe. Like at the start of the match, you sort of review everything. Let's say for my match against Fabiano, I was looking at my d4, c4, knight f3, like all those files every game, and then after a while, I sort of understood that he was mainly going for e4, so I would check those other files as well, but not as thoroughly. But in this game specifically, it was very much expected, and I have to say that when Nepo played 1c4 against me, it was not a surprise at all, because he was not getting anywhere in the Marshall as White, and he had not wheeled out the Italian yet, so we really thought that this was what he was going to go for, because he'd done that in the Catalan as well. So Gukesh, like, this must have been on top of his mind, but I don't get it. It's it's just
Guys, let
strange.
me
All right, we're going to take a little bit of a moment there to take a break and head over to the playing venue. We do have Itachi in the chats. Hello, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, for sure. Exciting. We are about to jump into game 13. And as you can hear from Magnus and Hikaru, quite confusing play by Gukesh as he arrives into the playing venue now. Yesterday, or I guess it was the day before yesterday being a rest day. And yeah, now we have a situation where the match is tied up. Both players are going to be are going to realize that there's everything to play for, but perhaps Gukesh, knowing that Ding has such a solid track record in shorter time controls, must realize that he would not be the favorite if it went to a tiebreaker. And as such, really all of the pressure is on him to try and pull out a victory. Of course, it's completely possible that we could go to tiebreaks and Gukesh could play incredibly well. But yeah, Ding just having that huge experience with that kind of pressure. Itachi says French reloaded. Will we see a French? Could be the case. Just a reminder that we did have, I think it was the opening game that was a French, and that was the second victory that we saw out of the two victories up front from Ding. And I believe that was the Steinitz variation where we advanced the pawn with white. That kind of was fine out of the opening, so I don't think the opening had a huge impact on the result of that game, but further down the line, obviously things falling apart for Gukesh, but he might have a little bit of a sort of superstition around that opening. The exchange variation of the French defense he did also play, and that was a draw, so he might be more inclined to go for that, or he might have something completely unexpected prepared. We'll see. Yeah, the first game was a French. That was the Steinitz variation where you have that advanced e-pawn. And yeah, today I think it is possible we still see a French. And whatever it is, I think Gukesh will have some novelty up his sleeve, something to really create attacking chances for white. I don't think he's going to be happy settling with a draw. He can just take a lot of pressure off himself by just playing as aggressively as possible and trying to win it now. But of course, a very, very high stakes situation. Morris Ashley is here. We're just waiting on Ding to arrive, and then we'll get started with the opening introductions. Players have shaken hands. Let's get this party started. Just waiting for the dignitaries to arrive. I imagine someone's going to make the honorary first move. Expecting old Ding with his Kara Khan. Oh, Kara Khan could be an interesting strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to the FIDE World Championship 2024, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the two gladiators who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Damaraju. And from China, the World Chess Champion, Ding Liren.
Oh, whoops, I forgot to do the emojis. No! Woo! Well done. Gukesh, Ding,
This
let's
match
go.
is held under the auspices of the Fédération Internationale des Échecs, the International Chess Federation, more commonly known as FIDE. FIDE is the governing body of the sport of chess, and it regulates all international chess competitions. Founded in 1924 in Paris under the motto Gens Una Sumus, or We Are One Family, it was one of the very first international sports federations alongside the governing bodies of the sports of football, cricket, swimming, and auto racing. It is now one of the largest, encompassing 201 countries as affiliate members in the form of national federations. Please welcome the president of FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich.
Yeah, it could be. This could be an indication that we're going to see the French. All right, that's interesting. Did he play knight to c3 or knight to f3?
And with that, let the game begin.
All right, folks, let's get this party started. We have one e4 on the board. And let's see what Ding's response will be. Maybe a Caro-Kann? Maybe we see symmetrical play, Italian, Roy Lopez. Or, okay, we've got another French. So well done, Itachi. You were right on the money there. We have a French. And are we going to see the exchange variation or the Steinitz? I would be very, very surprised if Gukesh advances that pawn. Because of the fact that he lost. He chooses not to, instead developing the knight. This is just the normal variation of the French defense. So, Itachi, you get some particular praise for being able to spot the opening. Congratulations to you. Okay, now, alright, we got the classical variation. We can still go for the Steinitz variation, and we do. So remember, the Steinitz variation was the exact opening that Gukesh lost to in game number 1. And we have it on the board. But now, interestingly enough, we have a situation where Gukesh retreats his knight. Very unusual move, this. And to put this move into perspective, we have 16,000 games that reach the board on the analysis, and just 1,700. So 10% of the time we reach this position, White chooses to retreat the knight very counterintuitively to e2. And we have a c5 pawn break from Ding. Follow it up with c3, supporting that pawn chain. And then knight to c3, knight to c6, sorry. Putting more pressure on the d5 pawn. We're expecting knight to f3 probably as a natural follow-up here. Again, supporting d4. But we don't. Instead, we have a3. I imagine a move like knight to f3 will come at some point. Maybe not immediately, but this is where, again, we have found ourselves heading out of what you might expect. So in the position on the analysis board right now, 1,302 games, and out of those 1,302, just 21 respond with a3, and this is the novelty that Gukesh has prepared, no doubt. Richard Dickinson, in the chat says it's going to be a draw. Welcome to you. I think that's the first time I've seen you in the chat. You are very much welcome here. Yeah, well, if we take a look, okay, so you say it's heading for a draw. Out of curiosity, in the situations where a3 has been played on the board, the 21 games that have gotten to this position, 38% have resulted in a win for white, 46 have resulted in a win for black, and just 17% of the time it's a draw. So again, we have a pretty high risk, high reward situation. And this is classic Gukesh, giving something up, giving up the natural advantage we have out of the opening with the white pieces so that we can create attacking chances. And I think this is the whole point with a3. Getting Ding out of book, getting him thinking for a long period of time. And we might have another situation where we have a very, very long tank from Ding. I'll obviously keep you guys up to date. Okay, so we have a couple of suggestions. Tachi says bishop to e3. Yeah, I think that's also a possibility in terms of developing. We'll have to wait. Let's make a move for black, though. Let's say queen to b6. And, okay, maybe not. Yeah, queen to b6 is the most commonly played move in this position. So let's play it, even though it's apparently not all that great. I guess the idea with queen to b6 is discouraging specifically bishop to e3 because of the fact that b2 pawn is targeted. So we'd have to be a little bit sort of careful. And the other aspect of this is that now we've got 1, 2, 3 pieces attacking. Fortunately, we're defending it 3 times, so no worries, but we do have to keep an eye on the d4 pawn. So the best way to follow up here is just develop your knight to f3. Again, just over defending the central pawn, no problems, and making sure that the bishop sticks around. This is one of the problems with with playing a3 is that you're basically ruling out a move like, well, I guess you can still play b3, but yeah, maybe not as natural of a move if the pawn was in on a2, and then it was being supported twice, and then also offering a square for the bishop to develop to, if you're not going to play bishop to e3. So yeah, we see a situation where quite a lot of these games will transpose back into some sort of more familiar territory, as we've seen in the past. So yeah, maybe taking the fact that there are only 21 games in this position with a pinch of salt, because it's quite possible that we'll see transposing back into some more familiar games. Okay, winner well without bishop to b4. Yeah, I suppose you're right there. And just a reminder out of this opening that this is the exact opening that we had in game 1 with the Steinitz variation, and of course that ended pretty great if you're a Ding fan, not so great if you're a Gukesh fan. And I think it's going to be quite exciting to see exactly what Gukesh has up his sleeve, because he obviously has done a lot of work in this particular line, and again we have a situation where Ding is already out of his preparation more than likely. So let's take a look at what the engine says. I've just been looking at book moves. F6. Wow, F6 is tricky. C takes D, just exchange in the center, or bishop to e7. I think out of those three, the most natural would probably be developing your dark square bishop with the intention of castling kingside, possibly. F6, always a scary move to play. It's the engine's favored move here, but obviously, whenever you play a move like F6, you're weakening the light squares, and considering that long term, white still has, you know, got the queen on the light squares, got the light square bishop, does create some attacking potential on the king side that you have to keep an eye out for. In general, F6 is almost F6 and F3 are like the most unintuitive moves that that you could possibly play. So it's difficult to really justify them in any position, but it could be the case that Ding knows, maybe actually I can play F6 here and immediately try to break down the center, challenge the center. But of course, even if you've done preparation and you've studied, say, a position like this, playing F6, you really want to just triple check your work and make sure that there isn't some detail about the position that you missed. Perhaps it was F6 in a slightly different line. Those are the kind of things that I think at the highest level these players do take into account. Okay. We've got a couple more comments. Let's take a look. Okay, instead of a3, bishop to e3. Oh, so you were talking about prior to this, so playing bishop to e3 now. Yeah, the problem is you still fall into this queen to b6 situation, and then you kind of have to defend with a rook, which is okay, but it does start... And now actually f6. Wow. So f6 actually appears in a couple of these lines. Yeah, in general, I think I would prefer to in a situation like this. I mean, a3 I would probably have never played, but I think a more natural move, knight to f3. I think the reason Gukesh has played a3 is just to kind of mix things up and try and create some sort of confusion out of the opening. And it's very possible that a3 would appear in many later lines, but playing it now kind of does force black to think a little bit. Okay, b5. Just jumping forward with this pawn from Ding. Okay, so yeah, you're taking space on the queen side, and as I always mention, and at least once in every stream, when you take space, it's always a good thing because
it's free real estate.
Yeah, so b5, interesting. The engine says you can just respond with f4, and we kind of have this sort of asymmetry where black is pressing on the queen side, white's pressing on the king side. But generally, you have to always be careful when you're overextending, especially when your pieces have yet to be developed. There is one benefit with b5, is just that it does allow an opportunity to develop the light square bishop. But do you really want to put it on b7, especially if there's some kind of close position that emerges? I guess that's maybe the idea with f6. It's trying to open things up. Yeah, so maybe b5 is slightly premature, but an interesting idea. Let's take a look. Big tip: will Ding ever get to play with light squared bishop? It's imprisoned, a la Francais. So I think that's I guess that's what I was just mentioning now. Is in this kind of position, and maybe this is the whole point with a move like f6, is that you're trying to break down the center so that you can open up lines for your bishop. And the idea of putting the bishop on b7 right now, like, I mean, yeah, what exactly does that achieve? You have to be thinking pretty long term in terms of putting the bishop on b7, because it's not going to do anything out of the opening, unless the central pawn chain gets challenged. So yeah, I agree. It's a little bit of a problem that Ding needs to keep in mind, and one that could be solved potentially by playing f6, depending on how white responds. f4, cd, cd, and b4. Okay, so did you say after your b5 move? Okay, so f4, cd, cd, and then b4. Ah, okay, this is kind of interesting. This is interesting. Because I guess now the idea is that things are opening up on the queen side. Okay, we just played knight to f3. We don't want to get distracted here. Still got the strong pawn structure in the center, and it's going to be difficult for black to deal with that. But what black has achieved by this little b5, b4 situation is opening things up on the queen side. Hopefully getting some squares that the black pieces on the queen side can develop to. So, okay, let's see. Here, I guess you could just play bishop to e7. Yeah, just develop naturally. You don't have to do anything too radical. Now f5 even. Wow, f5, sacrificing a pawn. And then knight to f4. Just taking space, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. Ah, that's interesting. Okay, so this line actually could have been quite exciting. And still has the potential to be quite exciting if we see b5 on the board. Do you speak some French? I heard you say à la française. I don't, but you know who does? Is my wonderful girlfriend. She's pretty good when it comes to French. I was just reading Richard Dickinson's comments. But no, I can't speak French. My French is non-existent, really. Are you a French speaker? Neon Hills Music? I have like a few phrases that I can say. I can say je ne sais quoi. And what is the other phrase that I know? Pièce de résistance. Those are my two. That's it. And then like a couple of random words that we use in English. But we have this joke in South Africa where, like, if you go into a cafe and you're ordering a croissant, you would say it this way, like a hard T, and you wouldn't say croissant. And it's so much so the case that if you go in and you say it in French, they might not understand what you're asking for. We have a completely like anglicized take on anything French related here in South Africa, which is quite fun. Ah, yes, of course, Quebec. That's right. I always forget. Canada, French is such a big thing. Is there a big difference in? There must be, right? A big difference in dialect in terms of like Canadian French and regular French. An accent. We kind of, I mean, we have, in South Africa, we have Afrikaans and Dutch, which is from, Afrikaans is derived from Dutch. So often Afrikaans people will go to the Netherlands and they're like, oh yeah, kind of understand it. It's like bad Afrikaans. And then people from the Netherlands say the same thing about when they come to South Africa. They're like, oh yeah, Afrikaans just sounds like bad Dutch. So it's like comparing British to American English. Oh, okay. That's a comparison I can understand. That's really interesting. Awesome. Sorry guys, I will definitely keep an eye on the game. We are waiting for Ding. Not a huge surprise that we're seeing him wait as long as he has after maybe being caught off guard by this A3 move. Again, it seems to me A3, not the most insane move. Part of the idea, I think, with A3 is that if you decide to exchange in the center, the knight can't jump in, the bishop can't jump in because of the fact that you played A3. So you want to be able to take with this pawn. Of course, you can't take with the knight because of the fact that the E5 pawn hangs. So A3 has a lot of practical reasoning behind playing it now. But it would appear that in some of the other master games that are on the database that this move is going to crop up in quite a few lines if you don't play it now. Say, for example, you play a move like knight to F3. Perhaps later on you would play A3. And I think what Ding's considering is like, well, how radically does this change this move order thing? How radically does it affect my decision now? And Ding, being Ding, is extremely particular and cautious, and that's obviously one of his strengths, is paying attention to these kind of details and positions and trying to make moves that capitalize on them. Itachi, where are you from? Okay, so far, accuracy 99.7 to 100%. Obviously, that's basically meaningless because it's out of the opening, but we have been seeing on average, with the exception of maybe Monday's game for Gukesh, very, very high level of accuracy. Some extremely engine-like games that have been played. And unfortunately, when both sides are playing super accurately, it doesn't really yield all that much excitement. But yeah, hopefully today we'll see some excitement. Okay. Konoha. Am I saying that right? Konoha. Where is that? Is it a village? What I'm seeing here, Konoha. It's saying that it's fictional. Or is it in Japan? The Hidden Leaf Village. Or it's fictional. Oh, Konoha Village. Okay, interesting. I can't see it here. Village. Maybe I need to do some Japan. AKA hidden. Ah, okay, now I see it. Now it's showed up. Is it near a theme park? Is that right? Wow, that's awesome. It is in Japan. Otherwise, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's the one place. I've been to South Korea, but I haven't been to Japan. I was really, and I still am hoping that I can travel to Japan. I'd like to. They've got some really awesome cycling paths there. And that was one of the reasons why I went to South Korea, is because they have this long cycle path all the way from Seoul to Busan, the entire length of South Korea. Beautiful. And it's like, there are no roads, there are no cars, at least. It's just a bicycle track. You don't have to deal with traffic or anything else. All right, we've got to move. Let me shut up. Let's take a look at Ding playing this out. I'm just kidding. It's from Naruto. Oh, okay. It is a video game. You see, I'm just like out of the loop with these things. Okay, so bishop to e7, and then, hey, Itachi, we have your move, buddy. Bishop to e3, winner. So it did come just a little later. Now bishop to e3 is not, we're not really massively concerned about the threat of queen to b6. Doesn't really do that much. We can quite comfortably defend the pawn on b2. I guess we could play, ooh, yeah, we could play rook to b1 even now. Or something like queen to c2. But the engine doesn't like queen to b6 now, so we can just forget about that. a5. a5. Interesting. So we get kind of a similar pawn push on the queen side. Delaying castling. We can castle whenever. Castle's f6 plan. Okay, so let's say after bishop to e3, got bishop to e3, let's say castles, right? Now, knight to f4 is very important. That's really interesting. That would not be the move that immediately jumps to my mind. Knight to f4. Oh, I guess, no, now it makes sense. Knight to f4, discouraging any pawn pushes with the f pawn. Because of the fact that, of course, you're walking into a fork on e6. So it's like saying, okay, I'm going to put my knight here. I'm going to prevent you from trying to break down the center. And in order to play f6, you're going to have to, at the very least, move this knight. So maybe knight to b6 would be the logical way of setting up f6. Because if you play knight to b6 here, now the bishop on c8 is keeping an eye on this potentially weak e6 pawn, and you can set up f6. So it feels like a big part of this position actually revolves around black trying to open things up in the center. Interesting. Very cool. Okay, so let's see. Other options for black include a5 here. And a5 would come as quite a surprise. a5. a5, maybe b5 later on. Really just trying to push it. And I guess part of the problem is that, like, we've got this super strong pawn chain that if we can hold on to long term with the white pieces, we're going to be really, really happy. But we can never really take, of course, because of the fact that, like, we immediately are just giving up the strength of this pawn chain. And we also need to keep an eye on, like, for example, moves like b5 and then potentially b4 even. b5, b4. And maybe we need to play bishop to b7 first. So b5, bishop to b7, and then threatening b4. Really trying to put pressure on white's queen side. It's an idea. Neon Hill says, I know you're from South Africa, but I hear a bit of Australian in your accent. Yeah, that's completely possible. Australian and South African accents are not as, I mean, they're very, very different if you are from Australia or if you're from South African, or if you are South African. But if you're not, I've been told that they sound similar. I think it has something to do with what syllable is it? I'm not sure, but yeah, I can definitely see that. We do have a regular Australian guy. What's his name? Mark. If he joins the chat, we can ask him and see if he can hear anything in it. Mark's from Australia. He's from Sydney. Yeah, a5 actually looks quite cool. I like a5. There's a reason why I would expect Ding not to play a5, and that is because it's ambitious. And Ding, as we've seen, is very selectively ambitious when it comes to playing chess. It's very, very cautious, and Gukesh is usually the one who's going for it. a5 feels a little bit like you're actually seriously considering your chances in terms of winning. And it's difficult to know what Ding's mindset is. Does he think, I mean, he already won one French in this exact line. It was also a Steinitz with a advanced pawn on e5. He won that game. It was the first game. He won with the black pieces. So is he feeling like a bit of deja vu now? Is he thinking, man, I can actually go for more. And if I win this game, I just need to draw tomorrow with the white pieces. That sounds incredible. So Ding having to make some serious, almost stylistic choices. If we know anything about him, it might be the case that he opts not to go for this. B5, interestingly, is also a move. Nothing wrong with B5. And then we get the similar setup that we were looking at before, where white can respond with F4, and then say castles, knight to F3, and then A5. Okay, so basically a similar threat, just a different order. And it could also be the case, actually, that this is maybe a little less risky for black than I would even think. I mean, the king's safe. I mean, what are white's immediate threats in the next couple of moves? Yeah, knight to G3 is a pretty natural looking move. All right, queen to B6. Bishop to D3. Bishop to A6. Yeah, and okay, black needs to be a little bit careful about what's going on the king's side, but all the pieces are really developed onto decent squares. There's a huge amount of tension in the center. So this could possibly be what we see. It depends on if Ding thinks, man, I can actually just go for B5 now. It's not super risky. It'll be interesting to see how he evaluates this. Like the way you pronounce here. 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 Yeah, maybe. I think American is more of like you really lean into the consonants, so it's like here. Here. That's like if it was Australia. Australia, you'd say here. I'm here. And I guess maybe that you're right. That's it. Because here. Well, I don't really articulate the R very well. That's interesting. I used to teach English online for quite a while, and I had to put on a little bit more of an American accent because that's how the Chinese want to learn English. The sort of Americanized version. So I would come away sometimes from those lessons. I would be hanging out with my friends. They were like, why do you sound American? And I would be like, oh no, it's happening. All right. So again, I mean, how many times have I said this, guys, on stream? Ding, a half an hour down on the clock. Again. I mean, it's been kind of miraculous how often he's gotten so far down on the clock and then pulled out some miracle. He really has been dodging bullets a la Neo. Ding. Is it true? Maybe Ding is the chosen one. You know, I'm hoping that Gukesh wins. I'm wanting Gukesh to win, but the way that Ding's been dodging bullets, it's difficult to see that. That said, I think if Gukesh wins today, I might be I might be rooting for Ding tomorrow. We'll see. All right, what other plans do we have? So A5, B5. What about just taking in the center? Okay, C takes D. C takes D, C takes D, and now B5. And what's interesting here is we have a situation where look at all of these minor pieces that still need to be developed. This is the one unusual part about this line of playing knight to C3 and then rerouting to E2 is you're actually like blocking your light square bishop. And it's fine because the knight on G1 can always develop to F3, but you still have to... You're kind of behind a tempo by playing this way. Knight to G3 so that you can play bishop to D3, maybe bishop to C2, whatever your plan is. And actually, yeah. And all the while, you still need to be keeping an eye on the D4 pawn, because if, for example... Nah, I guess it's difficult. in this line if you exchange to put too much pressure with the black pieces on d4. But yeah, anyway, the point being that the bishop on f1 needs to be developed. And in order for it to be developed, you're going to have to move this knight to g3. Just time consuming, that's the issue. And while you're getting your life organized, black has potentially the option of just taking more space. Okay, so one thing I haven't done yet is put up a poll. Let's do that now. You guys get to vote. Who do you think will win today? Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe we should go for something different. Let's try next move. Since Ding's been thinking for so long. What's the next move? Question mark. Let's do that. That's fun. Oh wait, that's a Q&A. I don't want a Q&A. I want a poll. Let's do a poll. All right. What's the next move? Question mark. Okay, let's say a5, a5, b5, castles, castle, or what else? Okay, let's just put those three. That's fine. I don't want to wait too long. Okay, a5, b5, or castles. Let me know what you think. Those are your options. If you're playing with the black pieces, what are you going to do here? a5, b5, or castles? I guess oh, okay, let's head back to where we were a moment ago. f5. Okay, Richard Dickinson says, I'm not playing with your little poll. I'm going to play f5. All right, let's take a look at f5. So, okay, this is the position as it stands now. Ding plays f5. Okay. So, I guess the issue with f5 is we're not going to take en passant as much as we may want to. I would love to see en passant. I even have a special GIF for en passant if I can find it. Here we go. I want en passant. Who doesn't want en passant on the board? There we go. There's my little en passant GIF. Swastik 004 in the chat. Welcome to you. Ding chilling indeed. Okay, so the problem with f5 is we immediately jump in with the knight, and a similar thing that we saw with f6 is that now the knight can put pressure on the e6 pawn because it's hanging. So we need to obviously defend that, and the engine says the best way to do that is this way. I was thinking, what is so terrible about knight to b6 now? Oh, but now we take, of course, and this is the issue actually. I actually missed this. Is the c5 pawn is hanging. You have to move the knight in order to defend. So if knight to f8, I mean, oh, okay, we have to be a little bit careful because the knight can capture on e5. But we're okay. So this way, if you play knight to b6, then I can take because of the fact that your knight is under threat of being captured, so you don't have time to capture on e5. But if we play knight to f8, then if I capture, you can capture on e5. So anyway, regardless, this position looks bad for black. Your knight is just not in a particularly attractive square, and you're now disrupting your attempts to castle. So I can understand that. All right, so that maybe would discourage a move like f5, but it's interesting. It's aggressive. I like it. All right, let's see. We've got one vote in. A5, B5, or castle. Which one are you up for? You guys can vote in the top right-hand corner, depending on how you're watching this. If you're watching on your phone or on your computer, you should be able to see it. But maybe if you're on a TV, it's a little tricky. A5, B5. Oh, C takes D is probably also an option. Yeah, valuation bar doesn't seem to love f5, but I think the only look, f5. Okay, let's just say f5 now. Yeah, okay, there are a couple of ways to continue, but the main issue is the fact that the e6 pawn is weak, and presumably we're going to see a similar situation where if, for example, black wants to play f6, which we looked at earlier, Knight to f4 is still going to be a threat from white. So black does need to bear this in mind, that this pawn is hanging, and the fact that white has this sneaky little move of capturing on c5 to create more chaos makes things a little trickier for black in terms of just paying attention to the details. But as we know about Ding, man, if anyone pays attention to the details, it's him. Okay, 2 votes in, both saying castle. a5, b5, or castle. I will end the poll as soon as Ding makes a move, but now down 35 minutes nearly on the clock. Let's take a look, see what we can get from Ding's body language. Yeah, looking a little bit uncomfortable, but I mean, we've just seen it on so many occasions where Ding has had this kind of stressed out look on his face where in reality he's got everything under control. Okay. Looks like he's coming to terms with the fact that he needs to make a move. I think, honestly, like in terms of personality type, I get the impression that Ding is quite neurotic almost, and is continually like thinking the worst about his position, which in a weird way is what makes him such a brilliant chess player, is that he's quite cynical, very cautious, and these qualities may not seem particularly helpful if you're trying to play aggressively, but when you're playing against an aggressive opponent, it can often be the case that it helps you navigate things better because you're almost expecting there to be the position to be more challenging than most people might expect. So yeah, I think that served him well. It's definitely done him some favors so far in this year's World Chess Championship by taking the pressure off him generally. But yeah, the question is now in this position, we're just going to go for a little bit more sort of a softer approach by castling. Are we going to play a5, b5? Are we going to capture in the center? It's tricky. Okay, comment. FNBW Ski. Unrelated, but I have a question for you. I draw arrows when solving puzzles and do calculations. Do you think this habit is harmful for my calculation abilities? Should I stop? That's a great question. I have to say I use arrows plenty. I would say if you're playing over the board, you don't have the option to use arrows. If you're playing exclusively online, then use arrows. It's not really going to do much damage, I don't think. But yeah, obviously, if they make a big enough of an impact on your ability to calculate, then you probably should consider using them less frequently. And especially if you find, okay, if you're calculating over the board, that it's difficult to keep track of like the position as it progresses further on in your calculations, and that it's easier to have arrows, then yeah, it might be worth just spending a little bit of time. Like if you had a tournament coming up, for example, an over-the-board tournament, just stop using them for like the couple of weeks leading up to it, just so you can get into the habit of like keeping track of the position. That would be my advice. But generally, I don't think they're terrible. I use them plenty, and yeah. But if I was playing over the board in some kind of tournament setting or had a serious match, I would probably stop using them for a couple of weeks just to get into the feel of doing calculations without having to keep track. All right, we are still waiting. We've got 6 votes in. B5, 33%, and castles, 67%. Interesting. Yeah, stop if you intend to play over the board, for sure. How about queen to b6 do you analyze? All right, let's take a look at queen to b6. That's also interesting. We looked at queen to b6 earlier. The problem with queen to b6 is now actually we have the option of playing b4. So if we play b4, what's going to happen? Okay, you can capture in the center. That's actually the engine subline. I'm just looking at the engine for this one. C takes D, C takes D. And now we have these advanced pawns, and there's not really like much in terms of repercussions. Also, the queen on b6 is just not doing anything. Like the target that it had was that pawn. I guess a5. Yeah, okay, so a5 is the next engine move. But now you have, wow, you can actually play, well, what can you do here? b5. Oh my goodness, b5. And you're hanging a pawn, but I assume that there are some nasty tricks because of the fact that there's going to be a discovery attack if you capture. So queen takes b5, and then just knight to c3. Giving up this pawn, but just taking space and being able to develop your pieces with tempo. Okay, queen back to b6, and then you can even play rook to b1. And very similar to what we saw, I can't remember which game, where I think it was actually the last game on Monday, game 12, where there was a line where I think you could sacrifice your pawn on e5, and if you take it, then the bishop was going to come to d6, and you're giving up a pawn, but you're basically exchanging that pawn for development, for initiative, which can often prove very, very valuable. So a little bit more of a sort of abstract explanation behind this b4 move after playing queen to b6. But it's interesting. It's very interesting. Okay, do we have a move? Let's see. Nope, not yet. We're still waiting on Ding. I mean, this is, again, a situation where are we going to see him going down an entire hour? I mean, this is nuts. Richard Dickinson says, French masterclass. Thank you. Oh, I have to say a big chunk of my support just comes from the engine. Usually what I try to do is I'll use the engine for the first few moves or the first move, and then I try to like think, okay, what is the point? What's the engine suggesting here? But yeah, truth be told, that line that I just showed you, I probably wouldn't have been able to come up with that myself. Being able to see b4, a5, and then b5 is tricky. Yeah, not super easy. Okay. Queen to b6, very interesting. Yeah, it should be mentioned, not to say that queen to b6 can't happen. It just means that there's a good way of white dealing with it right now. But it's quite possible that we see queen to b6 maybe at a later point. Yeah, a5, b5, c takes d are all fine options for Ding. Someone said earlier black is kind of cramped right now, and I kind of agree with that somewhat, in that these advanced pawns are just irritating, right? The squares that you'd love to go to, for example, knight to f6, it's out of commission now. And you have to be very, very careful by playing a move like f6 because of the fact that, as we already discussed, knight to f4 is on the cards, attacking the e6 pawn. Have to be a little bit careful. Okay, fascinating stuff. Let's take a look at Ding. He's definitely locked in, but we have a seriously long line of calculating from Ding. He's deep in there. He's in the zone. There's no doubt about it. Richard Dickens says, always, queen to c7, black is cramped and can just make small moves before f6. Yeah, queen to c7, okay. 40 minutes down on the clock, is that right? Yeah, more than. Is that right? Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Gukesh literally spent less than a minute, and Ding almost burned through half of his time on what move? Move 8. I mean, we just keep seeing this time and time again. And Ding just keeps making these epic comebacks where despite being down on the clock, he's got a lot of work to do still. Okay, so knight to f4 here. Then knight to b6. Knight to f3. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh wow, you can play c4 here. Oh man, these are horrible. Even if Engine doesn't like it, I would play c4 quickly. Just closing off the position. Just play c4 right now. I think the issue is that the Engine just keeps on suggesting this move, knight to f4. And the problem is that it's actually very difficult to do much about this knight. b6. Yeah, maybe... Actually, it's kind of funny you suggest that. Okay, so the Engine doesn't love this that much. It says, okay, white actually has an advantage here. Still got an edge. But I think you're probably more accurate that it's harder to prove. Right? Like, it's just a closed position. What's your plans with white? You know, you might say, okay, cool. Well, I'm going to play something really ambitious. I'm going to play f4, f5. I'm going to try and really bust things open. But it's risky. You're kind of opening yourself up, and it's quite possible that black will say, that's fine. All right, go for it. Because as soon as you sort of try to force an attack, inevitably there'll be some counter-attacking options that black can explore. Unknown Monster in the chat, welcome to you. f6, yeah, so we've been doing quite a bit of discussion around this f6 move. And the idea is, of course, if you play f6, we're immediately going to jump in with a knight to f4, targeting the e6 pawn. So you have to be, I think, still f6, similarly to what we were talking about with queen to b6. It's fine, but we just need to make sure that we're adequately prepared before we play it. And yeah, for the time being, I think this is why the Engine's like, okay, take space on the queen side. That's what you can do. We don't have to necessarily force anything in terms of playing f6 now, but we can take space on the queen side. And that's basically going to be like a consequence-free move. And there are, of course, other safe options like exchanging in the center, and then maybe a5 or b5 can be played. Yeah, with white, I want h4. Nice. h4. I love these kind of moves. Pushing Harry. And h4 looks kind of like if you really don't know anything about chess, if you're really, not really clued up, you might say, oh, h4, but doesn't that just sacrifice a pawn? Well, no, not really, because black has no incentive to capture this pawn. Yes, you're attacking it twice with the queen and the bishop together, but if you take, you're opening up the h-file, and you would expect that black would love to castle. Once you get the queen on c2, you're setting up a very sort of crude, but potentially effective mating threat on h7 with the h-file open. So yeah, you have to be careful. And then, so if you're not going to take the h-pawn, then what are you going to do? h4, h5. Suddenly Harry is running down the board, and not a whole lot you can do. Ishant Rocks in the chat, welcome to you. Knight to b6 afterwards. Yeah, knight to b6 actually appearing in a couple of the moves, so we might see that. Similarly, almost like a symmetrical situation where we have a similar idea on both sides of the board. It's a good square for the knight to develop to, and critically, if, for example, white chooses to play knight to f4, we can expect that this knight will have to move because of the fact that it's important that the bishop guards the weak e6 pawn so that we can finally try and play a move like f6 or even f5. But long term, this is always going to be the problem with doing anything with this f pawn, is long term the e6 pawn is going to be a weakness. That that back pawn can be a target. And because it's on the light squares and we've got a light square bishop, for example, even moves like g3, bishop to h3, queen to g4, just trying to kind of create some kind of overload on the e6 pawn. And even having the queen on g4, putting pressure on g7, there's a lot for Ding to think about here. Because it's like one of those positions where things just seem like, oh, it's fine, everything's okay, nothing's happening. But just a couple of moves, suddenly white has a big attack going. And because of that reason, it might be the case that getting counterplay on the queen side is the best way to deal with that. I think b5 would be in live move. Yeah, so b5 is another option. You guys can vote. We have 10 votes. So you can choose which move do you think will be next. a5, b5, or castles. I should have put an S there. Sorry. Castles. Looks like black is winning the queen side. Yeah. So I think, I mean, that's the idea, right? Is that white goes potentially for an attack on the king side and black tries to take control of the queen side. We have a very almost Sicilian-esque type situation where, yeah, you have both sides attacking on opposite sides of the board. And what I'd like to see here, out of curiosity, okay, wait, we need to, so is this a new move? Oh, wow, this is a new move. Okay, so here, this was what move? What move are we on right now? Move 8. So we've actually got a completely new game as of bishop to e3. I haven't checked the opening database. So prior to this, there were 3 games. So before Gukesh played bishop to e3, those 3 games had f4 on the board, knight to f4 on the board, and knight to f3, all being possible continuations for white. And each one of those games resulted in a win for black, interestingly enough. But obviously, this is completely different. This game's being played at the highest level. And Gukesh has deviated from all those games by playing bishop to e3. So we're completely out of any known theory in terms of what we see in the database. It is still possible that we could transpose back into something more familiar at a later stage. Let's actually make a couple of moves just out of curiosity and see. Okay, let's not do castles. Let's try a5 first. Then knight to f4. Okay, queen to b6. And let's play knight to f3. This is... yeah, no. Still nothing in the database. So it feels like we're in a situation where, yeah, completely unknown territory. Still possible that Gukesh, this is within his preparation, but very clearly not within Ding's preparation. That is overwhelmingly clear from the time that he spent on this last move. Okay, also, what can white do? Gukesh can't castle kingside. Yeah, that's true. And I think this is an important thing to note about this position, is the fact that white is massively underdeveloped. But after a move like knight to f4, which we could probably expect Gukesh to play, depending on what Ding does, then we'll have an opportunity to develop the bishop, probably to d3, and then get the knight to f3. So once we've gotten those kind of moves played, then we'll obviously be much closer to castling. But I mean, to be honest, I can tell you right now, if I was playing this position as a blitz game, I would actually take Richard Dickinson's advice and immediately start with h4, as crazy as it looks. So let's say, like, I mean, I'm kind of curious now. Is h4 that terrible? Yeah, okay, so the engine hates it. It's like, whatever. Okay, so c takes, and then f6. Okay, the problem is that you're still not preventing f6. Okay, so let's do it this way. Let's start off with knight to f4, and then we can play h4. Because if we play knight to f4, we're essentially preventing black from challenging the center, and we can still play h4 later on. So c takes d, C takes D. Knight to B6. And... Okay, is there a threat now with the knight on B6? To keep an eye on things here. It still might be too... Okay, yeah. Maybe I want to play bishop to D3 first. Yeah. Love to play H4, but... Yeah, the cautious part of me would be like, okay, bishop to D3. Let's castle first. And I guess also part of the problem with a move like H4 is that in order for this kingside attack to work, you kind of want to keep the rook on H1, which means that you don't want to castle. White doesn't really have any reason to castle queenside. I feel like that would be very risky, just with the fact that the C pawn's no longer defending. If the C pawn was there, maybe. But yeah, okay. Maybe on reflection, H4 isn't something I can quite get around yet. But maybe you can make it work. Rodel Mendoza, welcome to the chat. Paul Carres likes to play knight to F3 followed by H4. Okay. So let's say, what, here? Knight to F3 and then H4. Okay, so C takes D, but then we're still running into F6. This is the issue. F6 is a serious threat. So we need to deal with that. But then maybe we can set up this H4 by playing knight to F3 after playing knight to F4. Just keeping both of the knights on the old F file. Man, Ding is absolutely chilling. With H4, white can still keep king center due to white's strong pawn center. Is the thumbnail two Elvises? So the thumbnail... Okay, let's quickly just take a look at the thumbnail. The thumbnail is Michael Jackson and Gukesh as Elvis Presley, and Ding as Michael Jackson. So there we go. All right, we do have a move on the board. We have a move, so none of us were right. I'm sorry, I didn't give you the option for knight to b6. But 72% people saying castles, 18% saying b5, and then a5. So those were the options. We have knight to b6 on the board. And now it stands to reason, after knight to b6, that we can just expect... we can still expect knight to f4. Knight to f4 is still a fine move. And I guess the difference is that you're still saying, okay, well, if you want to play f6, you can play f6. But there are some massive, massive threats. Specifically, queen to h5 check. And if you block, I can just take, because you can't take back. I'm going to capture the rook. So this is not really a desirable situation. And it's important to note the detail of this knight developing to f4 allows bishop to h5 with check. F6, very, very dangerous now. So it's not the same reason where the knight's threatening to capture on e6, but you have to bear in mind, yeah, this threat if you're playing with the black pieces. Okay, so now we can play knight to c4, and the knight actually gets quite a nice square over here, attacking the pawn on b2 as well as the bishop. You probably don't want to give up your dark square bishop. So we're just going to capture instead. And then d takes c, queen to g4 now. And this is also a move that I was like hoping to get on the board. Yeah. So this looks actually really, really nice for white. So I think it's important that Gukesh here responds with this move. Knight to f4. Knight to f4 is still so solid. Black unable to play f6. And white can now take time, develop the remaining minor pieces, and get castled. Or even potentially go for an attack on the king side first. Lots of possibilities for white. Okay, at last, knight to b6, great move. And we have this on the board. Let's watch Gukesh play it live. We're going to see knight to f4. Little bit of a delay. Swastik 004 says, worried for Ding. Look, nothing too crazy yet. White obviously coming out of this opening with an advantage, but still a lot of work to do to convert this advantage into something meaningful. I don't like that knight on b6. Yeah, I think part of the problem here is what we were talking about before. Okay, so we have knight to f4. Part of the problem is the fact that we would love to still get this counterplay on the queen side, right? To try and, yeah, just generate counterplay and open things up. If, for example, you can play moves like b5 or a5 and then b4, trying to put pressure on the queen side and force white to deal with those threats. And that's one of the best things that you can do when you're trying to defend. A lot of, I think, lower ranked players miss this. This is something that is strategically very important, especially above like 1200, 1300. They'll realize, oh, like they're gonna go down a pawn or something, but not realize that if they counterattack, they can find some other tactic possibly to get counterplay if, for example, they do end up losing their pawn. And we're seeing that out of the opening, and would have been really effective. And I think that's why the engine was like b5, a5. Get these pawns moving. Force white to deal with some of the issues on the queen side. But I think from Ding, probably this move knight to b6 just a little bit too passive. Okay, not because of the position, but the time, it is harder to play his back, for sure. And I mean, the time is a huge factor right now. His knight was controlling the center king side, queen side to, he weakens his knight and also can push b7 pawn. Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. Agreed. All right, we're about to see another move from Ding with the black pieces. Down nearly an hour on the clock. And we're actually going to see Ding make a move, and immediately Gukesh is going to reply. And this is going to put even more pressure on Ding. Obviously, it's not a particularly difficult move. We're just going to recapture that pawn. But continually, Ding facing, having to have the ball in his court, having to make a decision. And he responds quickly too. And jumps in with that knight to c4. And now are we going to see Gukesh pick that knight off with his light square bishop? There are a lot of benefits in terms of just capturing that knight. For one, your light square bishop isn't doing all that much. I mean, it's on its starting square, and you can take with tempo, immediately follow up with knight to f6, and get castled if you choose. So let's take a look at this position and see what the best move is. Yeah, so bishop takes is the best move. Okay, so takes, d takes c, and now actually we just ignore knight to f6, knight to f3, excuse me. Knight to f3 wouldn't be that great of a move because it would prevent the queen from getting to g4. So we immediately start off with queen to g4. Maybe we can play knight to f3 later. And then what's super interesting is we're actually allowing the knight to capture on d4, and I think we're going to see some exciting lines here. So knight takes d4, queenside castles, right? I was saying, oh, we don't want to castle queenside. Now it really benefits us to castle queenside. There is a pin on this knight, but we can throw in a check first, move our king across, and now we're going to have control over the d file. Black has the strong outpost on b3, so let's say queen to c7. And now we can even capture, and things start getting very, very sharp, where we could have a situation where both sides are kind of attacking each other. Could get pretty scary, actually, for both players. I've got a feeling that this particular line might be a little... No, I don't know. Gukesh is really good at calculating these kind of concrete lines. So it is actually possible that he's thinking, okay, I'm going to take the knight, the bishop. I'm going to play queen to g4, giving up the d4 pawn. And I mean, I just showed you like a couple of moves. It's possible that he does a real deep dive in this position. We could see Gukesh going deep into the time bank right now to understand. I don't think that he's going to be calculating whether he's going to take this knight, but more what happens afterwards. Okay, got a couple of comments. Let's take a look. Bishop to c1. Yeah, it's funny because actually I was thinking about that as well. Bishop to c1. This is a move I would have also definitely played like in a blitz game. The problem is queen to a5 check, and then you are in a world of trouble. Similar situation where you can't block with b4 because you can just sacrifice the bishop, and if you take back, you're losing the rook on a1. Yeah, so if king to e2, we just move forward with our king, then just queen to b6, and we don't have an immediate advantage, but your king is out in the open. And how are you defending this pawn, by the way? Because if you play bishop to e3, then suddenly the b2 pawn's hanging, so it's a big mess. Yeah, we can't allow this, but yeah, it is tempting. So to avoid all of these complications, we just capture the bishop. I don't think Gukesh is calculating anything other than this line with bishop takes. I think almost 100% of the time he's going to capture the knights on c4, but he's not thinking about that. He's thinking about the next like 15 moves. He's so good at these like really detailed, in-depth lines. So this could be the moment where he's like, okay, I need to take half an hour to be able to figure this out. Bishop takes, d takes, and then he's probably weighing up the pros and cons of how risky is queen to g4, sacrificing this pawn, allowing black to get counterplay. It's scary. Okay, so let's try it. I want to go and see how far we can calculate this to be able to get a big edge with the white pieces. Queen to g4. Okay, let's try. We can actually throw in a check. Or g6. G6 or g5 are moves. Okay, so just defending. Yeah. So there are actually a number of ways of avoiding a very complex position for black. Black might not be incentivized to take here, even though it's actually possible. So we just take. Castles queenside, knight to b3, king to b1, queen to c7, queen takes g7, rook to f8, and knight to f3. I'm worried though, how bad is just pushing c3? c3 looks somewhat scary. Maybe doesn't. Whoa, c3 looks terrifying. Can we not just play c3 and suddenly the bishops... Oh, it starts getting messy. Oh, what? Oh my gosh. Queen takes... Oh, no. I was thinking there's a queen sacrifice. No. Okay, I misread that. It's just queen takes h7. Queen takes h7 makes a lot of sense. Getting on the same diagonal, making sure that the queen is available to try and trade off. Very, very tricky. Membrane Potential, welcome to you. Nice to have you in the chat. I'm pretty disappointed in Ding's play today. At least I got to sleep for another hour. But surely that's not how you win a World Chess Championship. Okay, Membrane Potential, I have a very unique meme for you, so I'll play it now.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
You know what? It's possible for your day to become unruined because there are a couple of lines here where things get a little bit complicated. So it depends basically on how ambitious is Gukesh feeling. Is he just going to take the knight? He's going to put the queen on g4. If he does that, things could get a little bit chaotic. Yeah, exactly, lol. Membrane Potential has been the one person in the chat that has reliably made me laugh. Yeah, good sense of humor. Said a couple of things. I can't remember anything offhand, but a couple of things you have said have really, like, made me laugh, like, hours later. So thank you for that injection of humor. I appreciate it. Okay, I'll give the game a chance. Yeah, definitely. Look, still lots to play for. Gukesh has an edge with the white pieces, no doubt, but yeah, still a lot of chess to be played. the big issue again for Ding is the time management situation. Just 11 moves played. Okay, so we have a situation where the bishops have been the bishop on f1 exchange for the knight on c4, and now Gukesh seriously considering what to do with the white pieces. Swastik 004 says knight g to e2 being a move. Developing the knight on g1, that makes sense as another option. But remember, as soon as we do that, we are preventing queen to g4 from happening. So it's kind of like a golden opportunity for Gukesh to say, okay, queen to g4, it's now or never, I'm going to go for it. And it would be an extremely bold move. It would be an aggressive move, especially if Ding decides to capture that pawn on d4. Because remember, right now the pawn on d4 being adequately defended, but if we play queen to g4, that pawn can drop off, and we're walking into some extremely risky business. What about knight to e2? Okay, so let's just get the analysis board up. Yeah, so knight g to e2. I think this is a completely reasonable move, and we're basically consolidating in the center, over defending our weakness, because this back pawn is still a weakness for white, excuse me. But now f6, and I think the problem, as soon as we play knight to e2, the issue that we discussed earlier with the queen on this diagonal is no longer much of a threat. Okay, so we have this on the board. I hope Ding keeps the bishop pair. Yeah, it looks like the bishop pair are going to stay on the board. The only problem is Ding's light square bishop is pretty garbage. So he's going to have to do something about that. And that's why b5, a5, those moves earlier, opening up room for the bishop to develop, that would have been a lot more favorable for Ding. Okay, so Swastik004 says, I guess it's just my playstyle, minimal risk, just trying to get a draw, and if I see a clear win, then only I go for it, just like Ding, lol. Yeah. Stylistically, you get people that are more cautious and people who are more aggressive. And, I mean, we have a matchup where you have people on kind of diametrically opposed styles, because Gukesh, he's the attacking young gun, and Ding is the one who's much more cautious. Of course, as we saw in the last game, it doesn't mean that Ding can't attack. He can, but it's much more of kind of a snowball type of attack, where he gradually gets an advantage and keeps making accurate moves, than kind of what we saw from Gukesh, where it was like a lot of pressure and then creating a situation where his opponent blunders and then the game ends quite spectacularly. So yeah, stylistically very different types of play. Okay, so the thing that I was saying, right, is if we look at the knight on e2, the queen can no longer come to h5. So just to pull this up. So for example, if we had like a move, let's make a move for white. Okay, let's play a4. It's a terrible move, but anyway, now f6, still a really terrible move, because we have queen to h5, and of course you can't block because I can capture, win the rook, and you have to move your king. It's a real nightmare. So as soon as we play here knight to g2, the activity that this queen has along this diagonal, no longer an issue, and we can actually follow up with f6. That's the problem. And f6 is a little irritating because it challenges our control of the center. It's just not ideal. So that is the real sort of con of playing a move like knight to e2. And I would not be very surprised if we saw Ding say, okay, cool, well, now I can play f6. I better take this opportunity while it lasts. Because say this knight develops to g3, then f6 is not going to be possible again. So yeah, there are some things to seriously consider in this position for Ding. All right, should we get another poll up? Start a poll. Okay, who's gonna win? Let's do that one. Who will win? You decide. Okay, let's say Gukesh, Lee. or Dingson. Michael Dingson. There we go. Or I should say draw. Sad faced. All right, let's go. Unknown monster, you can vote. Go ahead. Feel free to vote. Okay, so F6 feeling like a good move. Now that the knight is cutting off the queen, F6 one time. You could also castle, but then I was because now F6. Oh, of course. The other option is just castling. I didn't think of that. Castling is so obvious because then any of the threats around queen to h5 are kind of nullified. Okay, yeah. So let's do that. Instead of f6, let's just castle. That's basically a similar thing. And we can always play f6 later. Okay, but then we castle with the white pieces. And now b5. Still got control of the center. But black is starting to make some inroads by developing on the queen side. And I feel like that was the beauty of playing queen to g4 like early, is that it just put black on the back foot. Black doesn't have time now to play moves like a5 or b5. It's just pressure. And you're basically playing the game on your terms and not on black's terms, which is what you want when you're trying to win. So yeah, it's a bit disappointing to see Gukesh missing queen to g4, but also understandable. Okay, much harder to attack with black, and also French is counterattacking opening where black should be patient, but Ding plays this very slowly and could get into time trouble, question mark. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we already have a situation where, okay, so he's not quite an hour down on the clock, but 50 minutes is still a very significant time advantage. So yeah, it's pretty huge that we see a situation where Ding defends. He needs to defend here. Keep an eye on the clock. And I guess the best way of doing that, according to the engine, is to start off with f6. Even if he doesn't find f6, I think he should find castling. Castling is fine too. But the main thing that Ding doesn't have to worry about is the fact that, okay, this queen's not coming to g4 anymore. There aren't any immediate threats that I need to deal with. Out of curiosity, if you do play f6 here, okay, then we just capture. E takes f, bishop takes f6, and essentially what's happened is that you are creating a weakness by having this isolated pawn on e6, but you're exchanging that weakness for the strength of bringing the bishop into the game, putting the bishop on a strong square on f6, putting pressure on this strong central pawn. And also, it should be noted that this is also an isolated pawn now. The problem, of course, is that white is like massively over defending. And we can just castle now and maybe consider... I was thinking like even playing f4 might be a bit much now. Or we'd have to do a bit of preparation to play a move like f4. So yeah, white's still with an edge here. Oh, you can actually... you can play e5. What? Not now. Oh, e5. Then knight to h5, attacking the bishop. E takes d. I guess I want to take first. Queen takes f6, and then knight takes d4. Castles. Yeah, this is... this is actually quite equal. So... yeah, from Ding's perspective, I guess that's great. f6 now. I think actually that's what Ding's calculating. f6 for castles. e6 is the only move first, and then castles. Oh, do you mean f6? Yeah. Yeah, f6 and then castles is the engine. Actually, b4 is even a. Oh, wait, what? b6, excuse me, is a move. All right, we're about to see a move on the board. Let's take a look at what Ding does with the black pieces. He's about to hand over the responsibility to Gukesh, and he. What move did he make there? Did he? Oh, he started off with b5. Interesting. So b5, we were expecting to see earlier, but it's come at a later stage in this game, b5. And I think the engine's kind of like, okay, b5 is okay, but we really needed to take this advantage of being able to push f6 right now. Break down the center right now. But I mean, b5 is also a great move because of the fact that it allows the bishop to come to b7. We're talking, I think Richard Dickinson mentioned at the beginning of this game how this bishop's, and I was agreeing with him, is just so terrible. Now it's different because there was this sort of closed pawn structure where the bishop was out of the game. Now that space is cleared up on the light squares, the bishop on b7 could become an incredibly strong piece. Not to mention the fact that white doesn't have a dark square bishop, a light square bishop to challenge black's light square bishop. So you can understand the rationale of a move like b5, taking space, being able to offer some room for the bishop to develop, and yeah, then I guess you can castle, play f6 later on, depending on what you want to do. But here, the best follow-up is just to castle for white. Castle with black, knight to c3, and then wow, rook to b8 now. I guess the threat of b4. Can we not just play b4 right now? No, that doesn't really work, I don't think. Or f6 now. Interesting. Yeah, I guess the bishop doesn't really need to come to b7 immediately. Now that white is castled, the g2 pawn is protected. Actually, it was protected before by the knight on f4 as well. So, yeah, interesting. So even though this move, b5, not the engine's favorite move, it's worth mentioning that a lot of the moves we were looking at before, specifically f6, can come in a little bit later, but I just think that here, the engine evaluated this f6 move as being really sort of a premium option to strike while the iron's hot. Challenge the center right now, and then worry about moves like b5 and castling later on. So we'll see how much of an impact that has. But yeah, I think the main thing here is that Ding played a reasonable move quickly. And that's, if you're a Ding fan, that's all you can hope for. Finally, my b5. I expected this move ages ago. Yeah, there you go, Itachi. Well done. All right, 10 votes in. 40% of people think that Gukesh is going to take it today. 30% say Ding. 30% say a draw. But we've definitely got an exciting game on our hands. Lol, mosquito bites Gukesh. Does he have mosquito bite? Did I miss something? I misclicked Ding. Pretty sure Gukesh has great chances here. Can't you? Oh, I guess if you vote, you can't revote? Oh, that's it. Interesting. Can I vote? I mean, I started the poll. Do I get to vote? No, I can't even vote. It's so lame. I mean, I want to have my say. Oh well. I'll have to complain to YouTube. Like, I was streaming and then I made a vote, but I couldn't vote. It's pretty heartbreaking. I mean, even the president or the presidential candidates get to vote for themselves, right? I always felt like that was a bit of a, like a narcissistic thing. You know, if you're in school and you're like going up for class president or whatever, you don't get to vote for yourself, do you? Doesn't really make sense that the president should be able to vote for themselves either. So, there you go. It's my political hot take of the day. Queen to c2, castle queenside. So we saw castling queenside in a lot of the lines with queen to g4, but that's interesting. I feel like it's a little slow though, and also very risky because of the fact that what about a5, b4 in like the next few moves? If you play queen to c2, castle queenside, you're like walking into a massive pawn storm on the queen side. So yeah, I think this would be a little scary. In fact, you start off with check. Ugh, bishop to d2, queen to b6, and then a5, b4 just around the corner. Not to mention the fact that your pawn on d4 is hanging, so gets a little dicey. I actually don't mind queen to c2 though, at some point. Because it's kind of like, well, okay, if black is going to get this really strong light square bishop, then you should also have some compensation on the light squares, even if you don't have a light square bishop. Queen to c2. I think also the idea might be queen to c2, and then instead of castling kingside, playing rook to d1. So you kind of get like a similar feel without having to expose your king. You get like half of what you want, the good half. Yeah, queen to c2, rook to d1. Just making sure this d4 pawn is still rock solid. And then you're less concerned about this a5, b4 thing. Just keep the position complicated until... Okay, we're about to see a move. Let's take a look. Let's just keep the position complicated until Ding is down on time. And if it's a draw, Gukesh gets to do the same thing again tomorrow with black. It'll be interesting to see what the dynamic is. If there is a draw today, what kind of Ding are we going to see tomorrow with the white pieces? Is he going to say, okay, my chances are better if we go to tie breaks? Or is he going to say, no, I need to win this right now? Okay, so castles, that is the move that we have on the board. And now expecting castles. There's a couple of moves. A6 is a move. Interesting. I think there are probably more than one option. Yeah. But yeah, castles does seem quite natural. Oh, wow. Okay, this is interesting. So I was thinking, like, why not just... I mean, like, is it that important that we play bishop to b7? Sorry, is that we castle? I was thinking, what about now if instead Ding just plays bishop to b7? You know? Need to play bishop to b7 at some point. But now there's an issue. There's a serious issue because we have knight to c3 attacking the b5 pawn, right? And if you defend with a6, now I have bishop to g4. And if you castle, then there's all sorts of shenanigans because I can play knight to h5, threatening mates, also threatening potentially knight to f6, although, yeah, that could work. Knight to f6. If bishop takes, no. Actually, better is probably bishop to h6. Yeah, things get very messy. So you have to be quite careful in terms of the move order here, because it really makes a difference. Knight to c3 doesn't seem like a very important move. It's a seriously scary move. Knight to c3, b5 pawn is hanging, and you're threatening queen to g4, just to illustrate why it's important. Okay, queen to c7 or pawn to f6. Yeah, these are other options, but again, a little bit slow moving for the same reasons that we discussed before. So queen to c7, still knight to c3. So yeah, let me pull this up on the big board. There's one big threat in this position that Ding needs to keep an eye on. Queen to c7, or let's do anything. Let's say the move that let's use queen to c7 as an example. knight to c3, attacking the b5 pawn, and if you defend with a6, now I can play queen to g4. Queen to g4, putting pressure on the g7. Okay, you can defend, but now knight to... knight to e4. And suddenly, look at the activity that you're getting with white's pieces. It gets pretty scary. And yeah, it's just dangerous and unnecessary. So instead, what we need to try and do if we're playing with the black pieces is avoid all of these shenanigans by castling first. Then the threat of queen... Okay, wait, first. Now, yeah. Castling now. Now the threat of knight to c3, we can just follow up with a6, defending the b5 pawn. And if we do play queen to g4, which is actually the engine's best move, it's actually not that great now either. Wow, okay. So we actually have to give up this pawn, is that right? No, rook to b8 instead. This looks strange. Why can't I play queen to g4 now? Alright, so Ding has castled. I would be kind of surprised if Gukesh does anything other than knight to c3. Knight to c3, pawn on b5's hanging, opening up the diagonal for the the queen on d1 to get into the game. Membrane Potential says, look at these knights. That's great. Very nice. That's awesome. That's just perfectly on the line in terms of what's acceptable. I try to keep it PG-13 here, but I'll definitely let that one in. That's good stuff. Okay. So 11 votes in. Let me know. Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be Gukesh, Ding, or a draw? You might be wondering, why did I say Gukesh Lee? Because of the thumbnail today, Gukesh as Elvis Presley, Ding as Michael Jackson, and a draw is just a draw. Okay. So we have castles, but now still, this is what I'm saying. Very natural move. Knight to c3. Knight to c3, attacking the b5 pawn. Opening up the diagonal for the queen to come to g4. Still, queen to g4, and then the threat of knight to h5. Very crude mating threat, but, you know, sometimes the obvious is the way to go. I think some grandmaster said this. It's like, oh, if it's so obvious but your opponent can't do anything about it, it doesn't matter. If you have an extremely obvious plan but your opponent is like a move behind, then just play it. And that's kind of the beauty of chess. Inevitably, they'll be able to defend, but then what happens, especially at the highest levels, this is usually what we see is like an obvious threat. And then like, you can defend it, but your position starts to erode. And then over time, like you get into a situation where it just snowballs out of control. And we've seen that actually a couple of times. Anyway, I don't see how black can even dream of an advantage here. Queen to g4 looks so strong. I'd probably win this 8 out of 10 times. I would agree. If I was playing against someone my own strength and I had this position with the white pieces, I'd be super happy. Just looks great. It looks wonderful, especially considering still a big time advantage. Nice 47 minutes up on the clock, roughly, for Gukesh. And all he needs to do now is just find this one move that kind of links everything together. And that's knight to c3. Okay, so let's say we develop with a rook, or we defend with a rook. Interestingly now, queen to g4 is not quite as favorable because of the fact that we have f5. But I don't understand. I don't understand here. If we play a6, can we not play queen to... Yeah, and now still f5. What's the difference with having the pawn on a6 and the rook on b8? This is weird. Oh. Okay, let's play queen to f3. Oh, I see. I think a part of the reason is that we have queen to f3 attacking the knight. in the line where the rook is on b8, then maybe we can play bishop to b7. Can't play bishop to b7 now, because of the fact this pawn is hanging. So no, that's not it. We have to play bishop to d7. Then I guess I still take on e6, takes, and then I can capture with my queen. Oh, okay. All right, let's take a look at this. If instead we play rook to b8, now queen to g4. Okay, same threat. Wanting to play knight to h5. f4. Don't want to take en passant. Oh, we can now take en passant. But what happens if I just go back? Oh, knight takes d4. And we couldn't play that before? We couldn't play that before because the rook on a8 was hanging. Oh my gosh, this is just horrible. And this shows like the amount of details that you need to keep track of. It's insane that a move that we see over here, like defending, how are we going to defend the b5 pawn, has such a huge impact on whether queen to g4 works on the complete opposite side of the board. It's absolutely bananas. It's so interesting though. It's so cool. Okay, so let's play rook to b8, and then now we start off with knight to h5. I guess the idea is that now we're setting up queen to g4. We still play f5, but then we take en passant, bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, and then oh, we have d5 at the end of this line. Tricky. E takes d, queen takes d5 with check. Queen to e6. Have to keep the queen on the 6th rank because, of course, if we instead defend with queen to f7, we're going to hang our knight on c6. Rook f to d1. And yes, we have pretty decent advantage going into an endgame. a6, have to defend the b5 pawn. Yeah. Okay, so it feels like kind of regardless of what Gukesh does, even if things are sort of trade down into an endgame, he's probably still going to have an advantage with the white pieces. The question will be like, can he actually convert? But yeah, I think he still needs to start this off with playing knight to c3. Very, very exciting stuff. Knight to g3 is a cold move. Okay, what about knight to g3? Okay. Yeah, knight to g3 apparently. You haven't looked at that at all. So maybe this must be what he's weighing up. I just like knight to c3 because you're creating threats. I once watched a game with Magnus, and he basically said, like, in this game, I'm going to do nothing but create threats, and I'm going to try and beat my opponent this way. And I was so amazed that, like, that's all he did the whole game. It's just like every move needs to be a threat. And there was like maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. But if you create threats regularly, I would imagine this is like 100% true at like a lower level. If you're like 1,000 and like all you focus on is not hanging material and creating threats, you probably are like good to go. Yeah, so that would be why I would want to choose knight to c3. Threatening capturing on b5. Knight to g3 is still reasonable. We're kind of like, what would the idea be? Maybe something like knight to e4, queen to g4, and then really getting all of these knights working together becomes very, very scary for black. So actually, yeah, maybe this is a little bit more of a longer approach. Okay, but now f6. He takes f, bishop takes, queen to f3. Still, yeah, this queen to f3 move is also a little tricky for Ding. I want to see what Gukesh is looking like. Let's see. All right, Gukesh, deep in focus here. I was saying this move, I was expecting him to play it quickly, and he is actually taking quite a lot of time on this knight move, and probably just weighing up the pros and cons of playing knight to c3 or knight to g3. I would imagine. What other moves exist? You can play queen to c2. There's another option. But yeah, this is where the engine starts saying, okay, cool. Your advantage is starting to slip, just very comfortably allowing queen to b7. Whereas knight to c3 is much more forcing, kind of putting the game on your own terms. Okay. So, yeah. So queen to c2 probably not that much of an option. I want to go back and see if we transposed back into any known games at any point that I missed. Don't think so. Yeah, so after what move was this? Move 8. After move 8, we found ourselves in a completely new game with bishop to e3. And since then, we have, yeah, obviously been in new territory of this French defense. And I think actually it would be really poetic if Gukesh managed to get a win here because of the fact that the first game, I mean, it would be more poetic if it was the last game, but the first game, he lost in this exact line, the Steinitz variation of the French defense. And if he could win in this exact line, that would be, yeah, that would be quite poetic. And then what would be even more epic is if Ding came back tomorrow, also had another French defense, Steinitz variation, and he won. That would be epic. I mean, it's been a pretty incredible World Chess Championship. There's been a lot of criticisms when we had that extremely boring London in, what was it, game 11 or game 10. Everyone was like, oh my gosh, classical chess is dead. And then after that, it was just complete chaos. We had a couple of really exciting games. And today's looking pretty exciting too. Unknown Monster says, I thought that style was more like India, but Gukesh is Sigma. I have to go and brush up on my my Urban Dictionary vocabulary. Okay, so let's do a little bit more work on this knight to g3 idea. So if we play knight to g3, okay, let's say rook to b8. Okay, still knight to h5. And king to h8. Wow, that's a difficult move to find. Because then queen to g4. I've got a threat. But then we just play rook to g8. Okay, and that's the point of king to h8 is defending this way. But what I'd love to do is try and set up some kind of smothered mate. Because that would be pretty epic. Okay, now rook a to d1. So reasonable move. Just got a lot of pressure on the king side, and I guess if we had a light square bishop, that would just be a game changer. But because white doesn't, we have to be a little bit creative in terms of how we continue our attack. Okay, 13 votes in. Who do you think will win? Gukesh, 38%, Ding, 31%, draw, 31%. I don't think that's changed much. I think, like, knowing Gukesh's style, I would say that he's going to end up playing knight to c3. And the reason for that is it's a little, even though it's difficult, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's a little more concrete in terms of calculation. You can kind of figure out, like, okay, cool, what black is going to do. It's not like you're walking into this just haze of possibilities. There's some certainty in terms of what you can expect from Deng. So, and always, you know, better to go for the path that's a little easier to calculate. So yeah, knight to c3 is probably what we could expect. Oh wait, we have castles first, then knight to c3. Then pawn to f4. Oh, in that line that we were looking at earlier. Yes. Okay, let's just take a look at that. That is actually kind of interesting because I think I might have missed that. So we start off with castles and then knight to g3. Okay, rook to b8. To h8, queen to g4, rook to g8, and now f4, did you say? But now b4. And we're starting to get some counterplay. The other scary thing is that as soon as we play f4, which you have to be careful of, is remember this queen is doing something quite important on the 4th rank, defending the d pawn. Let's head over to the live game. We are about to see a move come from Gukesh with the white pieces. Are we going to see knight to c3? Very important moment here. I think knight to c3 is the way to go. And it looks like he has played knight to c3, attacking the b5 pawn. And this should be maybe a little bit alarm bells ringing for Ding here. So just to continue that thought of this line with knight to g3, if we play f4 here, we're disrupting the queen's support of the pawn on d4. So yeah, I just need to be a bit careful of that. Funnily enough, the engine doesn't think that you should take here at all. Actually, just play b4 instead. So, but yeah, this is now suddenly turning into a bit of a weakness that you have to be careful about. Anyway, regardless, we didn't see that on the board. We saw knight to c3, rook to b8, immediately followed up by Ding. Sorry, I missed that move. And now we have a couple of options. Can play queen to h5, can play rook to e1, can play knight to h5 as well, maybe setting up queen to g4 like we did earlier. So there's plenty of options here. And actually, this would probably be a good opportunity to give you guys a couple of choices. We'll end our poll and give you guys the option of choosing the next move. Let's do that just for some fun. I've got a feeling that Gukesh is going to spend a little bit of time on this one. So let's take a look. All right, start poll. Next move, question mark. All right, so what were the options? Rook to e1, rook to e1, e1, knight to h5, queen to h5, knight to h5, queen to h5, and let's choose one more. Okay, let's just stick it at 3. 3 is fine. Okay, so you can vote. What do you think the next move will be? Rook to e1, knight to h5, or queen to h5 are 3 options. White can play d5. I was looking at d5, but then knight takes on e5. The e5 pawn's hanging, so we just have to keep an eye on that. But then, can we do anything special? No, not really. Knight takes e5. Oh, actually, bishop takes a7. Oh, I forgot the fact that a7 pawn's hanging, but yeah, it's not really that great of an exchange because of the fact that this advanced e pawn is pretty important in terms of controlling some key squares. So you don't really want to offer that up. Takes, and rook to b7. Just move back to e3. Yeah, this pawn on e5 is important. I mean, doesn't really make sense just to give it up. So maybe what we can do though is play rook to e1. And then now we are threatening to push d5. I think that's probably the point of rook to h1. That is one of our moves, isn't it? Yeah. So now rook to h1, rook to e1 makes a lot of sense because we're threatening to push d5. So let's say f6. Maybe we just play d5 now. Knight takes e5, bishop takes, attacking the rook. But the issue now is after you've played f6, you're actually defending the knight. So if you didn't play f6, let's play another move. Say you play something really stupid and passive. Let's just make a move. Now, can we play d5? And if you take here, then I'm going to capture. And there's a double attack. But the engine seems okay with that. Oh, because you can just attack. And after I take, you're going to take back. Okay. So, yeah. But I think long-term, playing rook to e1 is going to be important to support the e5 pawn so that at some point you can play d5. Maybe we move the bishop out of the way first. Okay. Membrane Potential says, I like knight to h5. Let's look at knight to h5. We looked at rook to e1. We might come back to rook to e1. Yeah, knight to h5. Setting up queen to g4. Attacking the g7 pawn. And let's say king to h8, queen to g4 still going to get the situation. And then rook f to d1. And I think, who said it earlier? f5. Someone was saying f5. Let's see if I can find it. Someone did say f5 earlier. Oh, f4, excuse me. Unknown Monster said f4. Now, with the rook on d1, we can actually play f4 because we're adequately defending the d4 pawn. So that would make sense. And if we can play f4, then maybe... Okay, we can't play f5, but there... we start building a little bit of momentum, at least on the king side. Guess also moves like knight to e4, getting the knight into the game. Even h4. Just trying to like set something up. But this obviously looks really a lot better for black than it does for white. White than it is for black. Don't ever leave streaming. You explain the best, says The Obliterator. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Some kind comments. I definitely appreciate it. So thanks for that. Itachi says not me. Yeah, so it was Unknown Monster, I think. You were the one that said it. Yeah, f4. Okay, so you've got three options. Rook to e1, knight to h5, or queen to h5. Pick your poison. Ding defending. h4 to continue pressure. Couple of ideas here. I like h4 as well. h4, we were really trying to make h4 happen earlier. That was before white castled. Then h4 was really, really potent because of the fact that the rook was on h1. If you can open up the h file. I mean, you can imagine in a position like this, opening up the h file would be like massive with the rook on h1. The other thing I was thinking is a move like rook a to c1. This is going to be a little bit like time consuming, but knight to e4, then rook to c3, and then like trying to get a rook lift happening. But yeah, you'd have to take quite a lot of time. But generally, it would be a good idea because, I mean, what is black actually doing? It's just kind of like locked in the corner. Options are really limited. So I think Gukesh is probably trying to figure out, like, what is the best plan of attack here? How can he keep the ball rolling in the right direction? But not sure what to do with black. h4, true, because the white bishop looks so still sad for now. Yeah, right now that's true. Our dark square bishop is kind of doing one thing. And usually in chess, it's always good if a piece is doing more than one thing. You know, right now it's just defending the d4 pawn. We need to try and open things up. Knight to h5 is a fantastic way of doing that. Also, I mean, if, for example, you play knight to h5 and you don't play king to h8, you play something else, like f6 or f5, this is interesting. Things start slipping pretty quickly because I'm still going to play queen to g4. Okay, let's play f5. This is probably more realistic. All right, we're about to see a move on the board from Gukesh. Let's take a look. And then we'll take a look at Membrane Potential's line. Think, if I'm not mistaken, we're about to see that knight move. Is that knight to h5? Yes, it is. Okay, knight to h5 on the board. We often say a knight on the rim is grim, but that is not always the case. There are plenty of exceptions, and I can tell you right now, this is one of them. We've got the knight on h5, clearing room for the queen to come to g4. Very, very elementary, like something if you were playing like a game against like someone who was like 600 elo, setting up the simple mating threat, you would do it exactly the same way. But of course, it's very easy to defend this for black. But the problem is the long-term pressure of just having these pieces sitting, creating pressure on the king side, just becomes a little bit tricky, especially if white can get more pieces in on the attack. So, yeah. Okay, so what did Membrane Potential say? Also g3, king to g2. Idea to get the rook to the back to h1. Ah, yeah. Okay, so g2. Yeah, the issue with g2 is that bishop to b7 is kind of terrifying. As soon as you play a move like g2, you're inviting this bishop just to like completely dominate you. But yeah, I mean, I think, and also it would be more viable if this h pawn wasn't there. Like if you could just give up a pawn and say, I don't want this pawn anymore. I want to give it away for free to charity, some pro bono work. Just give the pawn away. Then these kind of ideas become much more feasible. Maybe even like f3, king to f2, rook to h1. Seriously scary for black. Bishop to g5, and if white doesn't take, then pawn to f6. Ah. So you... Okay. Yeah, so you're kind of trying to, like, exchange here, but what's crushing, interestingly enough, is knight to e4 is devastating here. This is wild. Okay, f6. What is going on here? Oh, I think I see the idea. I think there are some tactics around sacrificing on f6. I was wondering. It's like, this actually seems... Let's just take a look at this, guys. This is really interesting. So we got a suggestion. Bishop to g5. An analysis bar is just going nuts on this move. And the winning move is to play knight to e4. And if, like, say you retreat with a bishop, and there's so much pressure... I mean, I think there might even be some instances where you sacrifice a knight here. But let's say f6 instead. E takes f, bishop takes f6, knight takes f6. And the problem is at the end of... Ooh, wrong knight. Knight takes f6. Rook takes... You actually have to sacrifice the exchange. Because if you take with the g-pawn, you're just walking into a huge, overwhelming attack. Just g7, check, king to e8, and now d5. Further trying to open up the e-file. I mean, it just starts getting very scary. So yeah, this is not really an option, but it should be noted in terms of how, like, one or two seemingly innocuous moves could mean that Ding's position with the black pieces falls over like a house of cards. So he has to be very careful here. All right, so he started off with f5. Are we going to see en passant? Guys, I'm hoping for en passant. I can use my en passant meme again. That's wonderful. I actually quite like f5 as a defensive resource, because of the fact that now queen to g4 is no longer possible for white. And if queen to g4 is not possible, then what is the knight doing on h5? So you kind of are forced into capturing here. This is really like your only way to continue this attack. So let's hope we see en passant. Other options include d5 right now. d5 is interesting. And if you take, then suddenly bishop to f4. Oh my goodness, you're walking into a horrible pin. Okay, so d6, but then I probably... Queen to d4. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is so horrifying. That is incredible. Okay, let's pull this up. This is also interesting. So I was thinking, okay, if you don't take en passant, you just push d5, and then black's like, cool, I'll just take this pawn. Bishop to f4, pinning the knight to the rook. So the bishop, pinning the knight to the rook. And then if you defend again, which makes a lot of sense, queen to d4 is absolutely devastating because there's a double attack on the knight. If the knight moves anywhere, there's mate in 1 on g7. Devastating. But yeah, I think this Ding will be able to spot immediately in a classical game. So he's not going to capture. He's just going to take here probably, and then he'll be in the clear. Holy hell. Membrane potential. I feel like you might be a connoisseur of anarchy chess subreddit. Oh yeah, that was after I said en passant. Google en passant, guys. Okay, here Gukesh gets an advantage of a pawn, but it's really defendable, Swastik 004 says. Knight. Which particular line is that where he gets an advantage of a pawn? A literal zombie. Nice. Is that... Let me just see if I missed your previous comments. All right, we had knight to h4 on the board, so I'm going to stop the poll. Sorry, knight to h5. You guys were all correct. Congratulations to you. You are all now certified grandmasters. Just imagine it was that easy. Guess the move, become a grandmaster. All right, so f5. Yeah, expecting en passant. I think Gukesh is really considering d5. Not in any way expecting Ding to capture the pawn on e5. I think he knows that like that's a massively poisoned pawn, and it's just a short sequence of moves that will punish capturing this pawn. But more than likely, if he does push d5, probably just takes. Knight takes. And then bishop to e6, okay? Putting pressure on this knight. After knight to h4, what does white actually have? You're just gonna capture, and after an exchange of queens, the attack is completely fizzled out. So this doesn't really lead anywhere exciting, and I think Gukesh is gonna see this. Like, unless Ding literally blunders by capturing the e5 pawn, which is super unlikely with 40 minutes on the clock. I think he'll know. Okay, I just need to take en passant. Please correct it. Super GM. Yeah. Okay. If you guys guessed knight to h5, you immediately get the title of Super Grandmaster. Congratulations. It's fun. Okay. So yeah, I think it would be a massive shock if Gukesh actually played d5 instead, because it looks like you just trade everything off and whatever advantage you have with the white pieces fizzles, unless he finds something else. Almost like exchange with a queen. So yeah, it's not nice. Okay, but what happens if we don't do anything? What happens if we play like queen to f3? That's another idea. Knight on c6 is hanging. I want to attack the knight. Let's play queen to f3. Still want to be very careful about taking care. Okay, queen to e8. This is a very clever way of defending by attacking. And then rook a to d1. You're just not really building much in terms of momentum. This is just completely equal. So yeah. If you take en passant, bishop takes f6. Knight takes f6. Queen takes f6. And now we can play d5. Now d5 is playable. E takes. queen takes d5 with check. And then it's very important to note here that there are only a handful of ways of defending. You don't want to put the bishop on e6 because you're going to hang the knight on c6. So we just block with the queen. And the queen defending the check as well as keeping an eye on the knight on c6. Rook f to d1. And then queen takes d5. Rook takes d5. And although things have fizzled in terms of going into an endgame, at least white has an advantage because white has control of the d file. And it's quite difficult for white to challenge that control. Also, I actually think we're probably going to see something like this, where we're going into an endgame where Gukesh is just like fractionally ahead and needs to try and do quite a lot of work to grind this one out. Huh. I was kind of expecting that there would be more of an attack here, but it feels like things just need like kind of fizzle out. And the only way that white can maintain an advantage is actually going into an endgame. You have to kind of force all of these moves by forcing the exchange, forcing another exchange by playing d5. And I guess this is kind of the route that Ding was like, okay, well, this offers me the best chances. There's no material difference between the two sides. And on top of that, Ding will be thinking, well, I've got a 3-2 majority on the queen side in terms of pawns. This could prove to be quite valuable for me in the endgame, even though white's going to have the d-file. So, yeah, interesting. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a moment. All right, we're back. What did I miss? Nothing yet. Okay. That's good news. All right, let's take a look at the chats. We would see Ding's legendary defense and draw again. Possible. And then Ding with white pieces is another story. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, anything could happen. Like, it's crazy that we're in the last 2 games of this year's World Chess Championship and we still have no idea. Like, we don't even have really an inkling. If anything, it's closer to being an equal matchup than it was at the start of the series of games. So it's been really, really exciting watching it unfold. Wouldn't be surprised if Ding plays another London tomorrow. Yeah, most important game. I actually agree with you, Membrane Potential, because of his track record in terms of playing tiebreaks. I mean, I guess it's just been one tiebreak that he's won, but that determined who was going to be World Chess Champion. He won fair and square. And the bookmakers are giving him a big advantage if it goes to tiebreaks, like 86% or something. So that must mean, I don't know, you guys can correct me in the chat if you know, but that must mean that Ding's rapid rating is very, very good in comparison to Gukesh's. So if that is true, then the logic stands that Gukesh is going to want to try and win today or tomorrow and not let things go to a tiebreak. Guys, we've got a special cookie situation here today. Another classic South African snack. Got some leftover cookies from last night. Anna, if you're watching, this is what remained. We only had 2 cookies left after our dinner. We had a very healthy dinner. We had wraps. So then we offset the healthiness with the cookie situation. Cookies and tea for dessert. So that was nice. Yeah, we didn't finish it off. It was awesome. Okay. Imagine E3. Okay, hold on. Guys are suggesting crazy moves. I need to see what's going on here. Okay, so last move was F4. Oh, are you talking about tomorrow's game? Oh yeah, you must be talking about tomorrow. Like, we can't play E3 right now. Yeah. Okay, hoping that Gukesh is gonna take en passant because that is really his best option. He might be kind of looking at the 2 endgames in terms of what happens if you play D5, because D5 essentially leads to an endgame as well. Taking en passant leads to an endgame. And like, this might be a little frustrating for Gukesh because he might be like, I want more. I don't want to just immediately go to an endgame. And historically, this has been the point where he has made a mistake by saying, I don't want an endgame. I want more. And then playing some kind of slight inaccuracy. For example, rook to E1. Membrane Potential says, I don't think Ding is really a favorite in Rapid. You know what we're going to do? I want to quickly pull up Ding, Loren, and Gukesh D FIDE. I want to see their FIDE profiles, and I want to see exactly where they're rated in Rapid, because I think... Okay, so Rapid Gukesh is 2654, and Rapid Ding is 2776. I think we take that with a pinch of salt, because I've got a feeling, because of the fact that Gukesh is so young, it's possible that this number, in terms of his rating, is not up to date in Rapid. But I could be wrong. So, yeah, let me know if anyone knows too much more about that in the chat. But yeah, obviously the numbers would favor Ding. But when you're just 18 years old and you haven't necessarily played tons of Rapid, I also would imagine Gukesh prioritizing massively classical over any form over the last while. I don't know if he's played in much in terms of like Rapid tournaments. Was it Susan and Judith Polgar? I feel like that must be the answer, especially if there are 2 of them. Yeah, I'm curious. Membrane Potential says Gukesh played the Tata Steel tiebreaks against Wei Yi. Lost. Oh, so he lost those. Yeah, I think that's maybe the reason why the bookmakers have followed up with that evaluation. Oh wow, so it wasn't Judith Polgar. Nona Gabrindashvili. Wow, that's a mouthful. I've never heard of that person. Brindashvili. Chess Grandmaster. Georgian. Wow, she's 83. Oh my goodness. That's so impressive. So she got it in 1978. Georgian Chess Grandmaster. Noted for aggressive style of play, she was the women's world chess champion from 62 to 78, and in 1978 was the first woman ever to be awarded the FIDE title of Grandmaster. She was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame in 2013 and the Presidential Order of Excellence in 2015. Incredible. What's really interesting is her peak rating was just below 2,500, but I think at that time they would have made kind of some provisions for, well, I don't know if the norms were the same. So to become a grandmaster, usually you have to, like, I think out of 9 rounds, win like 6 out of 9 rounds against other grandmasters, beat like at least 3 grandmasters or something, and then the other GM norm is getting over 2,500. Incredible. Wow, okay, that's interesting. So I didn't realize this. The Netflix series The Queen's Gambit and its story were influenced by Gabrandishvili's life. The show erroneously described her as a Russian chess player who had never competed against men, while in fact she had played against at least 59 men in 1968 alone, including 10 male grandmasters, and is actually from Georgia. In response, she filed a lawsuit against Netflix for $5 million for false lights, invasion of privacy, defamation. And apparently Netflix settled with her, so she's probably pretty happy right now, living out her retirement years with some extra cash. Good on her. There's a video where Magnus runs and avoids her. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I just read that out now. Thanks, Unknown Monster. That's such an interesting little fact. That is so interesting. Just a cash grab. Yeah, probably. I mean, like, if you're in a situation like that and some massive organization potentially ripped off your life story, you'd probably go for it too. Yeah. Sure. But she's old now. She's like 83. Yeah, and then after her it was Judith and Susan Polgar. The difference is that with Judith, she was super grandmaster level. At her peak, she was over 2,700. And she was basically the only female player that could challenge men at the highest level. All right, we're about to see a move. Let's take a look at Gukesh play it over the board. Will he go for en passant? Let's hope. I want en passant, Gukesh. Come on. Do it. Yes, let's go. All right, he takes en passant. You love to see it. You simply love to see it. There we go. All right. Basically get to use that once in every like 4 or 5 games, so I might as well make it count. Okay, so bishop takes back on f6, and now we're kind of expecting the situation where we're going to head into an endgame. Every other move, with the exception of queen to f3, is not that great for white. So white needs to say, my chances lie in an endgame where although material will be equal, I will at least have some compensation. Well, not compensation, but I'll be able to have the open d file. So that's the idea. Knight takes f6. Knight takes f6, queen takes f6, d5. Takes, queen to e6. We're just going to trade. No, we're going to play rook f to d1. Queen takes, rook takes, and okay, we got the d file. Got good piece activity, plenty to play for. Even though the queens are off the board here, white has a good advantage to try and play for more. Man, why do these women have like impossible to pronounce names? Maya Chiberdanadze. I'm not even gonna try. Can type it, I can't say it. Also from Georgia, so obviously this lady kind of paved the way for Georgian chess players. Awesome. So she became a grandmaster in 1984 and had a peak rating above 2500. So she really got there the legit way. 2560. Super impressive. Swastik. Okay, well done. That's good. That made me laugh. Nepom nichi chi 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 chi. Pretty good. Yeah, these names are pretty common in Georgia, I think. Oh my goodness. They're not fun to say. It reminds me of that. Have you guys seen that clip of that guy who has to say that town's name in Wales and then he nails it? Like super clutch. I think he was reading it for a weather report or something, and then he says this like insanely long Welsh town's name. She is second GM. Everyone knows about them. Yeah, it's become more of a thing where we're seeing more and more women, especially, I mean, the Chinese female players are really, really impressive in terms of how strong they've become. So Ho Yifan, she's 30, and how strong is she? Yeah, so she had a peak rating of nearly 2700, and right now she's 2633, which is strong grandmaster territory. But yeah, Judith will still be the highest rated woman ever, for the time being at least. I'm sure someone will come along and take that honor, but for the time being, she remains at the top of her game. And she's, I think, the only female player to have beaten like a crazy amount of reigning world champions, because she beat Carlsen. She eventually beat Kasparov after trying many times. I don't know if she beat Kramnik. I think she had a really bad record against Kramnik, like 13-0 or something. Oh, the weatherman. Yeah, that was him. Okay, so we're kind of expecting this to go to an endgame, but although that sounds like that's where the fun ends, I think that's where things just start, because with the momentum with the white pieces, Gukesh still has a lot to play for, and Ding is going to be defending. It's also possible that this endgame that I have on the analysis board, things go wrong for Gukesh, and Ding starts getting a little bit of momentum and converting this 3-2 advantage on the queen side. It could also, in theory, turn around. So still a lot to play for in this game. It's been an exciting game. It has not been a boring game. There have been a couple of really interesting lines. The fact that we've gotten out of books so quickly, again, has meant that we've had a situation where it's not like that London, that just nothing was happening. So Yeah, that's it. Oh my gosh, membrane potential. You must have been watching from the beginning. It's so funny that you said that because I was like, I remember the name now. So that must be it. Natural add underscore add underscore 5241. I was like, if I had more time this morning because I was setting up the stream, and when I saw that post, I was like, let me see if I can go find it. For those of you who are not aware of what I'm talking about, but Kramnik on Reddit, someone found what they thought was his burner account. So not obviously his official account, but an account that he uses just to agree with himself. Again, really narcissistic thing to do. But yeah, I wanted to go and actually see if that account still exists and look at the post history, because you can actually see people's history on Reddit, which would be really interesting. So if not boring, endgame Gukesh gonna lose his advantage. Well, it's difficult to see exactly how. So let's just get to what we are expecting. Okay, so knight takes, queen takes, d5 takes, queen takes d5, block with the queen takes, bishop takes. Oh, no, it wasn't this. Sorry. It was rook to a to d1, after queen to e6, rook a to d1, queen takes d5, rook takes d5. And now the only way to actually kind of hold on is to play b4. Wow, that's such a cool move. b4, takes, and then opening things up for the rook. Okay, a takes b, knight takes b4, attacking the rook. Now we have bishop takes a7, that's incredible. Knight takes d5, bishop takes b8, knight takes c3, pawn takes c3. And Gukesh is up a pawn, but very, very difficult to do much about that because it's not a pass pawn. The only thing that you can say for Gukesh is that he has an advantage in a 3-2 advantage on the king side, but very, very difficult to convert these kind of positions. Although we do have opposite colored bishops, which creates a little bit more tension. So yeah, maybe Unknown Monsters right could be a situation where Gukesh's advantage starts to slip. Props to Kramnik. Love that guy. Moment when Gukesh realized we have to go for endgame because there isn't anything else, and he looks sad because Ding knows that too. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think that's basically what we've been seeing in terms of Gukesh burning time on the clock. Desperately looking for something that isn't there. He wants there to be some kind of way to fight, but it might be frustrating to realize that the only real way for him to try and claim an advantage is by exchanging pieces. Or he could give up his advantage now and play like a move that isn't as great to keep pieces on the board, but then he runs the risk of like losing. So for example, now that the bishop's taken, if you don't take with a knight, which is a very normal move, the other option is playing queen to f3. It's bringing this queen into the attack, targeting the knight on c6. But then we can just play queen to d7 even. Or I think the move that I was looking at is queen to e8. Yeah, queen to e8 is fine. But now we can take, rook takes, and whoa, here's a weird move. Bishop to f4, hanging the pawn and creating a pin. That is definitely not a move that would jump out to you. Yeah, so okay, let's try and keep as many pieces on the board. Queen to f3, allowing knight takes d4, but now we can take. Rook takes f6, queen to d1. Just move back with our queen. Guess the knight can just retreat to c6 so it can back defend the queen. But now if I take, queen takes, knight takes, You can capture on a7 at the end of that line. So e5 instead is better. Okay. Then bishop to g5 with the old skewer. Huh. To f5. Takes, queen takes. And you've sacrificed the exchange, but you're actually doing quite well with the black pieces here, despite being down the exchange. Kind of a little confusing. Strangely enough, I think actually I'm starting to change my tune. Because it does feel like this advantage might well fizzle in an endgame, unless Gukesh goes full on like Alpha Zero. Maybe the best way to try and keep as many complications as possible is playing queen to f3. Could be the case that Gukesh is considering that. What about knight to g3? Okay, just retreating with a knight. Bishop takes d4 is the move, I guess, because of the fact that the d4 pawn's overloaded. Yeah, so I mean, all roads really lead back just to capturing this bishop. Or if you want to create some complications, you can play queen to f3, sacrificing this pawn potentially, but it's just an irritating situation. Itachi says, guys, I just came from the future. It's officially a draw. Spoilers. Thanks for that, man. That's so incredible. That, like, you could have gone further into the future to, like, see what the price of Bitcoin was or what the next hot stock was. But instead, you just went, like, an hour and a half into the future. That was very noble of you to tell us. Speaking of, what is going on with the poly market odds? Let's take a look at that. That I want to know. Okay, Ding went from 51% chance of winning to 50% chance of winning. That bar has done very, very little. Or maybe let me go to the hour thing. Oh, okay, Ding's chances did drop to 39%. But now it's kind of back to normal. You guys are hilarious. Okay, Ding chilling in the restroom. Ding saying that make it draw or lose, and he's chilling. And left. So should I put all my property on a draw? Now we're asking the real question. Maybe he's looking how Gukesh gonna make mistake move, and he's watching it on TV again, like in the first game. Is that what happened? Oh yes, that is what happened. But that was at like the very end of the game. That's exactly what happened. Membrane Potential says, Itachi, should I buy Hawk Tour coin? Yeah. I want to know too. Can you go back into the future and let me know? Or if Doge is gonna explode again. That would be useful. Oh my gosh! No! He played queen to f3! Guys, he played queen to f3. That's insane. And Ding's chances just spiked to 60%. What? Oh my gosh. What on earth? This is insane. I cannot believe, like, I was not seriously considering that he was going to play this move. It's so stupid because now, like, yeah, it just jumped up to like 60%. Okay, now it's sitting at 55%. I think everyone is expecting knight takes. Queen to f3. This is the thing about queen to f3. Not the best move, but it comes with the element of surprise. I don't think it might be quite as surprising if Gukesh had played it immediately, then Ding would have been like, oh my goodness, what did I miss? But the fact that he spent so much time thinking about it, I think in that same time, Ding is like, okay, he's not thinking about capturing my bishop. What else could he be thinking about? What's a logical next move? Queen to f3. So Ding has had a lot of time to weigh this up. Oh my goodness. From what he saw on TV, yeah, absolutely. That's probably exactly what happened. What if black bishop takes pawn? Yeah, so you have to be careful here, right? If you take, then I can just capture the knight on c6. So the knight is hanging. So you might say, okay, well, why can't I take with the knight? If I take with the knight, gonna capture? Well, maybe I don't capture. I don't actually think he wants to take this bishop yet. Let's play queen to g3. Queen to g3 is interesting. Trying to keep some attacking hopes alive. We've got like this pressure on g7, but we're also attacking the rook that's hanging on b8. So we just move the queen across, right? If the knight captures on d4, because you are right, the d4 pawn is overloaded. It's only being defended once, it's being attacked 3 times. Can't take with the bishop because the knight's hanging. So if the knight takes, we just shuffle across with our queen, and then suddenly we're attacking the rook on b8, no problem. Bishop to b7, just connecting the 8th rank for black, and then rook a to d1. And I think this is kind of part of the idea, but the problem is e5, and now suddenly look at the center that black has. Black's actually doing quite well. Whoa. Whoa. So Ding responded with one of the moves that we looked at, but it's not the best move. Oh my goodness. Yeah, things are starting to get intense now. Okay, but yeah, the problem is still knight takes f6. I thought maybe there was another move. I wonder if you can play queen to g3 now, hanging your knight so that you can take the rook. Queen takes h5, and I can't take? Is my queen getting... Oh, no, the knight is still on c6, of course. I'm just being silly. Okay, so... Queen to g4. I feel like actually this is forcing knight takes f6. Knight takes f6, rook takes. And then just queen to e2. And things just like fizzling. Yeah, d5 not possible. Is d5 not possible now? Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and then obviously your queen is hanging, which is heartbreaking. Yeah, this pin is irritating, and you've kind of like, it's a self-imposed pin. So, okay, let's play queen to g4. Now e5 you can play. Yeah, it looks like it's getting closer and closer to forcing a situation where you have to capture the bishop on f6. So really, Gukesh has just kind of delayed the inevitable. Like, he has to take that bishop. Ding, why don't you think when it is required and burn over an hour overthinking in the opening? Yeah. Well, I mean, fortunately for him, things are still pretty much equal on the clock. And also, even though like there are 23 moves that need to be played, they're not going to be that complicated if things get traded off and go into an endgame. This is such a... I think Gukesh is just going to be disappointed right now. Built up some great momentum out of the opening. When did things go wrong? I mean, that's a good question. Let's head back. I think here was the moment. This was the scariest moment that he had to go for a very risky move, and that was queen to g4 here. And queen to g4 in this position would have created a serious attack on the king's side, and would have basically required black to try and do something special on the queen side. And this would have really resulted in an exciting game. And unfortunately, he played a little too passively here and instead just played knight g to e2. And since then, Ding has just played really good. Like, can't be faulted. He's just played very accurately. And Gukesh is trying to get something going, but at some point he's going to be forced to capture this bishop on f6. And when that happens, things are going to fizzle. Both are not at the board. When to get ice cream. Maybe the French is OP after all. Yeah, probably. I'm thinking about queen to g3, then rook to e1. Yeah, so the problem is that like queen to g3, I was looking at this, but obviously your knight is hanging, so we can't play queen to g3. And the hope was queen to g3 is that we could capture the rook, but now this knight hasn't moved. So in the line that we looked is the knight had captured on d4, and then we were threatening on taking. So Black's pieces are actually working quite harmoniously for the time being, despite being on mostly on like the 8th rank. All right, folks. We've got a real game in our hand. Polymarket's been really volatile. So it went up to, just on that one move, it's insane. It went up to 60% and then came all the way back down to 52%. It's going all over the place. Queen to e2, question mark. Okay, queen to e2. I guess. All right, so we have the best move being played finally by Gukesh. He does choose to capture the bishop on f6 with the knight. Kind of forced into this move. The dark square bishop was just so strong. And the knight on h5 is really not doing all that much. You know, it was there because of the fact that there was the potential for an attack, but Black is just fine. It's doing well to defend. Okay, so Ding takes back with a rook. Now the queen definitely needs to move, but where does it go to? Now queen to e2 makes sense. Itachi said queen to e2 is an idea. Yeah, I think that might well be what we expect. The engine's best move is absolutely insane. Insane. You want to see a crazy move? Take a look at this. The engine's best move. Bishop to f4. Like a self-imposed pin. Also hanging. This pawn on d4. If you capture that pawn though, now queen to e4 apparently is pretty devastating. And I'm not entirely sure why, to be honest. If you just move, ooh, what's the threat? So if you just move, move back. Oh, your rook's hanging, of course. Oh, of course. Okay, so you're pinning yourself, removing the pin. This is such like a subtle line. Removing the pin, attacking the same time, and unfortunately you can't play rook to d8 because the bishop's in the way. Oh my goodness, nightmare. Okay, this is kind of cool. Maybe he finds this. This is interesting. No, he doesn't. Okay, he played rook, queen to e2. We have that on the board. Would have been pretty epic if he found bishop to f4. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna start crying. I'm fine. I didn't die. Not yet. Sorry, everyone. I think I just swallowed an animal. Oh my goodness. That could make the news tomorrow. Chess streamer dies on stream. Subscribers mildly irritated after streamer dies on stream. Okay, I'm thinking about queen to g3 then. Oh, okay, we already looked at that. Cool. Yeah, one move backward. Yeah, I guess that's true. So we have like kind of a similar situation, but I think Gukesh was just like hoping for something that wasn't there. So yeah, unfortunate. Chess streamer chokes on bishop to f4. That's it. I think if he played bishop to f4 and I was like mid sip, I could have done like a full-on spit take. I used to have this like this thing that I would do with my friends because I was a bit of a prankster when I was growing up. So I would try and wait for them to take like a sip and then tell the punchline or like make a joke while they were drinking to see if I could get them to take a sip and then like have water come out of their nose or whatever. It was a fun little game of mine. And I only managed to get it right like a handful of times, but when it worked, chef's kiss. It was so satisfying. They demand refund of super chats from the streamer. Streamer resurrects to provide a refund. Oh man. Sheesh, dude, you guys are literally trying to kill me here. Least sociopathic chess enthusiast. Oh my goodness. Guys, I'm so upset. Why are we not seeing like a super exciting game? I feel like there needs to be more aggression. Streamer chokes on comments. Oh, man. Would have been, I mean, it would have been great content if I actually choked and like we had like medics come in and have to revive me. My channel would go like viral just based on that. That would be epic. Maybe like that's what I need to do. I need to like up the ante. It's not enough drama in chess. We need to really like ramp it up to 11. And that means potentially dying on stream. So be it. I was just thinking here, do we still want to play d5 at some point? I mean, the whole point earlier was that we could play d5, but then we could capture with the queen with check, which was quite useful. Streamer choking for drama. Okay, we have a move. We have a move. Ding, bringing the queen in to g6, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look. All right, queen to g6 on the board. Itachi with a told ya. All right, queen to g6, and now f3, king to h1. Got a little bit of a counterattack going by Ding with the black pieces. But Gukesh about to respond very quickly. I don't know what his move is. Let's take a look. Do we have a brilliancy? Is that right? That would be awesome. Rook a to d1. I don't think that can be a brilliancy. Usually there has to be a sacrifice. Okay, he plays f3. Nothing too brilliant about f3, but a good move. The engine's preferred move. Kramnik watching this. Very, very suspiciously seeing Gukesh just following the engine's best move.
Okay, let's do the procedure. Block.
All right, f3 on the board. f3, a6. And now, interestingly, black has this pawn chain on the queen side. Itachi asks, what's the point of f3? You know what? I was actually looking at it now. And I guess the point of f3 is preventing queen to g4. That would be, well, I guess, well, maybe there's some ideas around e5 and then bishop coming in. Oh, no. Actually, I can see it. There's a couple of things. I think f3 achieves some sort of long-term protection of the g4 square, but also it opens up the queen to protect g2, which is important. Because remember, g2 has the potential to get quite vulnerable if black can get organized. Well, can't play queen to g5, but if black can get organized and start, say, putting pressure, maybe h5, h6 on the cards. Sorry, h5, h4, h3. And if you start pushing this pawn, then it's very useful to say, okay, well, I played f3. I'm defending the g2 pawn now. Should be okay. Is it for the knight e4 outpost? Oh, yeah. And I guess that's the other reason. So it's like a bit of a multifaceted reason. Yeah, the knight definitely wants to come here. And it can't go there for the time being because of the fact that the bishop is in the way of the protection offered by the queen on e2. Way more obvious. I'm like thinking, man, does black want to get an attack going? Nope. Just creating an outpost for the knight. That makes sense. Well spotted, Itachi. Thanks for that. Okay. That's why maybe rook to f8. Yeah, that's also a consideration. But we need to develop this bishop. And yeah, actually could be. And you have to be a little bit careful then about, for example, moving this queen. Because if, say, you play queen to d2 and both of the rooks are doubled, could be overloading the f3 pawn. You can only capture back once, and the second rook you can't take with the pawn on g2. But yeah, in general, this f3 move, obviously it helps having the queen now protecting the g2 pawn, but I was talking nonsense. The main reason is because of what Itachi said. Knight to e4. Setting up knight to e4, very important. So I think the one thing I will say about Gukesh is that he actually has, in a weird way, gotten what he wanted. And that is, he's kept the queens on the board. That's very important. And by keeping the queens on the board, there is still the potential for things to go very right or very wrong. And this was quite a creative approach. By playing queen to f3, the line that we were looking at before, this line, queen takes, d5 takes, blocking with the queen, then rook a to d1. We have a situation where white is fractionally ahead, but there are no queens on the board. So the sting in the attack is a little non-existent. But by introducing this queen to f3 move, even though it's not the engine's preferred move, he's allowed some play to continue. Okay, so Ding moves back with his rook to f8. And, now what can we do? I guess we want to try and, I mean, I suppose we could do a couple of things here. There's a lot of moves that just improve our pieces slightly. Rook a to d1 is still good. Also, maybe bishop to f2, bishop to g3. But we're going to have to start off with rook a to d1 defending the d4 pawn if we're going to get our bishop on g3. Yeah. Knight to e7, knight to f5 is a great maneuver. Yeah. Yeah, that piece is actually way better placed there. And even better, if we can get it to f5, then maybe getting it to h4. And the idea isn't necessarily, okay, we're threatening to take. We can't do that, again, because the queen is on e2. But what's tricky is that if, for example, we can get the knight to h4 and double the rooks, then we're putting a lot of pressure on the f3 pawn. Can potentially take because of the fact that the g pawn can't take back. So if we get a situation like this, white's gonna be the one defending. Let's take a look at how many moves we have on the clock. Let's see. Okay, move 21. Gukesh has played rook a to d1. Very reasonable move. Oh yeah, also definitely that has the benefit. If the knight is on f5, agreed Itachi, the bishop coming to g3 is not going to be quite as attractive because you're going to lose the bishop and probably lose a pawn. Okay, so Ding, returning from his ice cream break. Swastik004 says the position is not at all easy to play for black. Most of the engine-approved moves are weird, and natural human-looking moves are slight inaccuracies. Okay, I didn't look at that, so that's interesting. Ooh, I see what you're saying. This repetitive move with the rook is starting to slip a little. Okay, so we've got rook a to d1, that's fine. a6. a6, to be fair, not a crazy looking move. Rook f to e1, and then bishop to b7. Yeah, so a6 is very important to be able to set up bishop to b7, because if you don't play a6, then the b5 pawn is still hanging. So we need to start off by doing that. Once the bishop comes to b7, the rook's no longer defending the b5 pawn. So that all makes sense, no problems there. I would also, I mean, like in this position, there are a couple of... Okay, now bishop to f2 we can play. That isn't super crazy. We want to get the bishop on g3, and we're also attacking the pawn on e6 twice. Rook f to e8 makes sense. And then bishop to g3, attacking the rook. Rook b to d8. And yeah. Position appears reasonably attractive for white, but not like anything to write home about. Queen to e3. Protecting the d4 pawn. Rip to f3. Knight to e7. Pawn push to e5. Then bishop to h3 and take the rook plan. Okay, knight to e7. Okay, so knight to e7. And then what did you say? Pawn push to e5. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying. Got it. Yeah, the problem with your idea, so you want bishop to h3 with the queen pinning the g pawn, but the issue is that the fact the queen on e2 is still defending on g2. So I guess what you'd want to do is pretty long-winded and a little bit obvious. But like, yeah, what we were discussing earlier. Knight to e7. Knight to f5. Knight to h4. e5. And then bishop to h3. If you could just make a long string of moves without your opponent replying, that might be the way to go. But obviously, while all of that's happening, white should be able to adequately defend. All right, down to half an hour, guys. Half an hour to play the remaining 19 moves in this position. And I take back what I said earlier. Earlier I said something. I said, okay, the remaining 19 moves shouldn't be that difficult to play because once the queens come off the board, we're going to have an end game and it shouldn't be too difficult for both players to calculate. Now it's different. With the queen still on the board, the remaining 19 moves have the potential to get very, very tricky. So if you're Gukesh, you're wanting to play on that. We were talking about the game that Gukesh won. Remember when he generated all of this pressure on the B file? There was that B7 pawn that he was able to put a huge amount of pressure on, and then the queen retreated to C8. You guys remember that? That was the decisive game that Gukesh won just a few games ago. He kind of kicked things off with a really weird move, and that was knight to A1. Membrane Potentials was saying that that is like Gukesh's signature move. And it was weird because of the fact that it was kind of unexpected, but it still maintained an advantage for white. What it did do was it created an element of surprise for Ding, and he had to spend more time. After that, I think he spent 8 minutes, and he had like 25 minutes left. Still lots of moves to play. So this is the kind of thing that Gukesh needs to realize, like, okay, cool. I need to play solidly, but if I can find a trick, something surprising, I need to go for that. Very, very important. Anything that can create complications. Obviously, you can't just play anything, but you need to find something that it may not be the engine's best move, but if it's not predictable, then it should be like, cool, this is an option for me. B4 also seems interesting. Okay, so yeah, B4, we're talking about B4 in the end game though. So B4 right now? B4 is not an engine recommended move, but after you play it, the engine seems to like it. Okay, so then knight to E4. The knight wanted to come to E4 after we've played F3, so okay. Okay, now B takes A. B takes A, I imagine, and then knight to E7. Well, we can actually play bishop to G5. I'm not sure how convinced I am of that. What about queen to C2? Queen to A2. That doesn't really do anything. The only thing is like, okay, so this pawn is hanging. There are obviously some serious tricks. We take this. Nope. Bishop to B7. Huh. Okay, queen to C5, attacking the, other than the knight just retreats, doesn't it? Takes. Queen takes C4. Wow. Queen takes C4. This is insane. The knight's hanging, but my bishop's hanging, so I can't take it. Now, this is just equal, though. But I think Ding would probably say, ooh, this is maybe a possible way of simplifying the position. Taking the sting out of white's advantage here. B4 is a very interesting idea, actually. But I think Gukesh will realize that actually just taking this pawn is not the way to go. I mean, it really does look like hanging material if, for example, you follow up with knight to E7. But it isn't. I think the other problem is, for example, this knight is it's being attacked too many times. And you would maybe play a move like knight to D2, because of the fact that if you move this knight, bear in mind, this piece is only being defended once. The G2 pawn can't ever take because of the pin on the king. So yes, you're gaining a pawn, but black's getting great initiative by putting the bishop on b7. Yeah, I wouldn't really want to play that. Bishop to d2. Maybe rerouting the bishop, I guess, to b4. Yeah, knight to e7, knight to f5 is maybe the best plan after bishop to b7 for black. Yeah, I could see that. Okay, so let's take a look at the players live. Ding. Down to just 23 minutes to make 19 moves. The main thing that we... Okay, so he's played. He's made a move. What is he done? What? Okay, he did play knight to e7, and we have our first brilliancy. Ayo. Whoa. Bishop sacrifice. Bishop sacrifice. Excuse me. Guys, we have just seen a classic brilliancy from Gukesh. Let's see if we can find out what it is and why. All right, so he's played bishop to f4, and he's like, you can take my bishop. If you take that bishop, however, there are some serious problems after queen to e5 because both of these rooks are under fire. And now we see the big problem with the bishop being on c8. This is the exact kind of move. The exact kind of move that Gukesh needed to come up with. Whoa! Okay, guys, we're seeing a couple of wild moves here. Ding, about to move that rook. Of course, he can't take the bishop, so the rook on b8 is under fire. So he moves it up to b6, but then immediately Gukesh responds with bishop to c7. Still attacking the rook. Oh my goodness. Gukesh finding a very, very tricky continuation with the black pieces, with the white pieces at least. And now things are starting to get quite dangerous. Ding's chances going from 50% all the way down to 41% on Polymarket. We'll keep an eye on that. And critically, down on the clock. He most certainly did not see this bishop to f4 move, I don't think. Maybe he did, and he wasn't too concerned about it, but the issue is that he should be concerned about it. Rook to c6 would be the best follow-up move here. If we play rook to c6, attacking that bishop on c7. And now we just retreat with the bishop, right? And okay, material is equal, but this rook is kind of very oddly placed right now. And the reason why it's really strange is, like, look at the light square bishop, where it would like to develop to. You have to kind of like untangle your pieces almost, because this bishop doesn't have any great squares to go to. Okay, maybe you can play bishop to a6, but it's just a very small maneuver that has created a little bit of awkwardness in terms of black's pieces and how they interact. What's his point? To place the bishop on e5? Well, yeah, he could play bishop to e5. I think the key is just trying to kind of get this rook out of position and create a little bit of chaos in terms of how black's pieces are placed. Specifically this bishop, because wherever you move this rook, right? Say you move back, you play rook to b7. It's awkward because that's where the bishop wants to be. And you're going to have to burn a couple of... you're going to have to burn a little bit of time to try and untangle the way that your pieces are positioned. So it may not seem like much, but white is definitely benefiting from this little maneuver. And critically getting the other important thing, it should be mentioned. If we look at where the bishop is, like in the analysis board, take a look at the analysis board, not really doing much, okay? It's supporting the d4 pawn, but it's already protecting that with the rook. This bishop would hugely benefit from being involved on this diagonal instead of where it is right now. And the initial idea was to say, okay, well, we'll play bishop to f2, bishop to g3. But we can actually just save that altogether by simply starting with bishop to f4. And this is why this is such an inspired idea by Gukesh. Very cool. Okay, so he steps back and instead puts the bishop on d6. And now there's a pin. This dark square bishop is very quickly turning into the MVP. All right, the rook shuffles across the e8, and now Gukesh playing very quickly. Very, very quickly. And we're almost at the point where there is a +1 advantage for white. This is serious stuff, guys. Very, very serious. And the fact that Gukesh is continuing to put pressure on Ding on the clock makes this particularly difficult to defend for black. He does need to keep the pressure on here. And what is the best way to keep the pressure? I think it's a kind of a natural human looking move, and that's rook f to e1. And I guess, what is the threat? Maybe we're threatening d5. And you can't take because of the fact that, oh no, you actually are defending this sufficiently. But maybe d5, maybe the idea is that you can't take because I have, whoa, this is crazy. Okay, this is actually pretty insane. So I was thinking here, let's just make a move. Say it's white's turn, d5 is the move. And if you take, this is very, very scary because there's a lot to calculate here. Your bishop's hanging. You are attacking the square 1, 2, 3 times, and it's only defended twice, but one of those defenders is the queen, and you're going to lose your queen in the process. So instead, we just leave the pressure. We play bishop to c5. We don't want to lose our bishop. And now we're threatening to take. And if we take and the knight takes back, then we get to capture the rook. And there is just all of this pressure with the opening of the e-file. So this is the threat. The threat is to push d5. And if we can get d5, busting things open, that would be quite scary. Do we just play d5 right now? Can we just play it right now? Wait, hold on. Oh, no. We have to play rook f to e1 first. Sorry. For some reason, I thought that I had already played that. Okay, so yeah, the best move here for Gukesh, he needs to find rook f to e1 in order to continue this attack. Everything else is kind of not quite as sensational. But I think he should find this. He's probably just double checking. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that bishop to f4, that was such a tricky move. Didn't seem like it was accomplishing much, but this dark square bishop is such a beast. And it is very much involved in the game. So I would probably say that bishop to f4, that was pretty...
Most impressive.
Or maybe even...
That was diabolical!
You can take your pick. No, but he takes! Oh, no, he takes. That's so tragic. Why does he take? Rook f to e1 looked so good. Oh my gosh. Gukesh, no! So he captures the knight on e7. Rook will take back. And maybe now rook f to e1? It just seemed so much more potent. What did he play now? Queen? Okay, so he's brought the queen into the center of the board. Queen to e5. Oh my goodness. And where does this leave us with the analysis? White still has an advantage, but not quite as powerful as it might have been just moments ago. So the queen and the knight both attacking the b5 pawn. But we're apparently not too concerned about that. Okay, so let's say queen to e8. Wow, queen to e8. Okay. Let's play a6 first instead. That's more natural. We want to defend the b5 pawn. Okay, we can play d5 now. E takes d. I was looking at this and I was thinking, well, what do you actually do here? But you can capture the queen with check. And king to h8, rook to... Ooh, some of these are a little bit tricky to find. Let's play king to h8. And then queen to d6. Trying to take control of the 6th rank, enter into an endgame where potentially going to be able to figure something out. Yeah, this is great because we're threatening back rank mates. Guess we play rook b to d7. Yeah, that works. But then we can't capture on a6 now because the bishop's supporting. Okay, rook f to d, king to g8, king to f2. Yeah, and now we have just a very close endgame where white has a slight advantage. Really heartbreaking that Gukesh didn't find rook f to e1. He's done so well just to follow up with some excellent moves. And I guess the difference now is that Ding's still down on the clock. Let's take a look. 14 moves to play. And Ding has 16, just under 17 minutes left. a6 is natural. Yeah, this is pretty insane. Look, it could be a draw still, but I think the key move here is just tragic that Gukesh missed rook f to e1 and instead decided to capture. Even queen to e5 now, which is what he wanted to play, is still solid. But yeah, just giving up that big advantage. Rook f to e1. Preparing d5 would have been utterly catastrophic. All right, let's take a look at Polymarket, see what happened. Okay. So Ding was at 50%, now he's dropped down to 43%. At his lowest, he was down to 33%. Wow. And I think that was right after that. Gukesh, unfortunately, dropped the ball. But with the time as it is right now, anything can happen. Anything can happen. I think what we're going to see is a pretty long or relatively long think from Ding. I don't know how quickly he's going to play this next move. But as time goes by, it's going to be obviously a huge benefit to Gukesh. Wow. Okay. a6 is natural, I agree. Let's get this up and running. Okay. a6 is fine. Also, queen to e8 kind of achieves the same thing. I mean, I'm not sure entirely why you would choose to play this instead. But it does offer some added benefit of maybe keeping an eye on the back rank, which might be quite useful. I wonder if white knight is on c5. It's great. Okay, so we have a6 on the board. Let's take a look and see if we can get anything from the body language in terms of how Ding's feeling. He's about to play a6. All right, he does play a6 and pretty natural move. Down to just 14 minutes on the clock to play his remaining 14 moves, so a minute a move. Gukesh has roughly double that, so about 2 minutes a move for him. Okay, a6. What other options? Can we play d5 right now? We just play d5, right? Rook b to d7. Okay. And now d6. Wow. d5 is still a threat. And if you take, Queen's gonna take with check. I think this must be exactly what Gukesh is calculating now. Takes. Rook to e6. It's kind of strange, actually. Rook f to e1. Rook to d7. Oh. Rook to d7, sorry. And then rook takes e6. That's quite fun. Takes d5. Rook takes g6. Rook takes d1 with check takes. And now we're in an endgame where black has a queenside pawn advantage and has the advantage of having nice light square bishop with plenty of open space, but doubled pawns. This is the big risk. So we start off with king to f2, a5, king to e3, and we start marching across the board to try and munch these pawns. But I think we might oh, b4 first. Okay. A takes b, king to d4. Yeah, tricky. Very, very, very tricky. There are quite a few endgames that we could find ourselves in where white is actually playing for quite a bit. I'm starting to think that if I had to guess, I actually think that it might be Gukesh winning this one. If he can find d5 now. I really like his chances if he can find d5. d5, a very, very important move for him to find. The engine's thinking about other things, like rook to f2 is an idea, but I think d5 needs to be played sooner rather than later. I want to see if I can change the depth on my engine. And can I change the depth? Cloud analysis, what's that? All right, let's go stockfish 66. Okay, let's try this. We're ramping up our engine. Okay, the engine's taking a little bit longer, but now the engine's really recommending d5. Yeah, okay. So before it was like plus 0.5, now it's, well, not a huge difference, but there's an outright advantage to d5 over rook to f2 or h4. So this is the moment of truth, folks. Will Gukesh find d5? d5 is his best option in terms of converting them. If you're a huge Ding Liren fan, you're hoping that he plays something like h4 or rook to f2. Oh my goodness, hold on. The analysis is going a little crazy now. Now it's saying h3. Oh my goodness, okay. What do I know? But I think I'll still say that I think d5, regardless of what the engine says, I think d5 gives the best practical chance of a victory for white. It's a little bit more forcing and could create an endgame where Gukesh could quite conceivably win. Rook f to e1 now. It's another idea. Yep. h6. Okay, but now can we... Alright, now d5 is not really... Okay, but what about knight to e4 now? Knight to e4. Threatening, I guess, knight to c5. Rook b to d7. f1. I've got a feeling there's something deep down inside me. I mean, I could be completely wrong about this. There's something deep down inside me that says this is not going to be a draw. So I could be wrong. And I've certainly been wrong once before. Alright, Gukesh is seriously dialed in now. I mean, this is a very, very important moment. Itachi says, please don't jinx it. Yeah. Alright, I'll shut up. I promise. Suresha Shank in the chat says knight to e4 now. What about knight to e4 now? Immediately knight to e4. I think, look, the knight ending up here makes a lot of sense, but I guess the idea is that we want to continue applying pressure along the e-file. And although the knight being on e4, it's a good outpost, it does maybe get in the way a little bit. And I think the other option of just d5 kind of ignores everything and says, okay, at some point the knight might make its way to e4, it might not. But if I play d5 immediately, takes, this could well lead to a favorable endgame for me. Provided, well, yeah, I guess depending on what we see here. Rook f to e1, to d7. If we get this situation, you'd way prefer white in this position. But I wonder if this is actually just a draw. I mean, I know who I'd prefer, but like, how easy is it to hold these kind of games? All right, d5 on the board. Guys, we have d5. Outstanding. Gukesh dropping the hammer with d5. And Ding not looking like a happy camper at all. So there's a way to force an endgame. The question is like, how easy is it to defend this endgame for black? Like if he plays perfectly, he'll end up with a double pawns on the G file. All right, so he takes. We have queen takes on d5 with check. And now what's really tricky is there are a couple, like many ways to defend. You can move the king, you can block the check of the queen. And if we look at the engine says that the best move in this position, let me just back up to this, I think is blocking with a rook. So rook on e7, moving to e6. Rook to e6 or queen to e6. There's a couple of options. King to h8 is also an idea. I always feel uncomfortable when you're moving the king into the corner. It's important to note that you can do this because you might be thinking, isn't there back rank? But you can just block with a rook and you're fine. So that doesn't work. Let's say instead we block with a queen, because this is one line that I haven't looked at. Queen takes, bishop takes, probably rook to d8 check is what I would play. King to f7. Then knight to e4. Finally, there we go. Suresha, you finally get your knight to e4. Threatening, probably knight to g5 check. Attacking the bishop. You have to be quite careful here because there might be some tricks. I think you can just block with the rooks and you're okay. But that's one possibility. This seems a little bit more likely to fizzle. Unless you play queen to c5. Queen to c5 keeps the game going. Keeps the advantage. You have to play rook to e8 now. Wow. Ding. Really low on the clock. 11 minutes. How many moves does he have to play? 12 moves in 11 minutes. Okay, so still under a minute a move. Time and advantage for Gukesh for sure. John Robson in the chats. We've got a Gukesh fan. Itachi says queen to e6 or rook to e6. Both options. It's all happening, guys. This is the business end. It could be the case that the next few moments decide the World Chess Championship for 2024. If we're looking strictly at the odds of the bookmakers on poly markets, we have 45% chance for Ding now. And we're about to see a move, and he does look at the line that we were discussing, and that is queen to e6, blocking the check, but now Gukesh immediately shifting his queen to c5, which is the best move and best opportunity to keep his attacking prospects alive. And now we have obviously some serious threats, specifically the rook on d1 wants to jump into the action. So to prevent that, if we're playing with the black pieces, we want to put our rook on e8, as suggested by Itachi in the chat. Yeah, so we want to put the rook on d8, on e8. Everything else is pretty terrible. Rook to c7. Okay, rook to c7, attacking the queen. But now we're going to throw in that check anyway. And the problem with this check is that it forces the king to come to f7, because you cannot block with this rook, because now your rook's hanging. So king to f7, but now queen to h5 check. And if you block with g6, then I'm going to take. So we block with a queen. Then back to d5 check. Queen to e6. Okay, there's a bit of repetition. Rook to d1. Wow. Okay, guys, let's keep an eye on the game. This gets a little bit chaotic. Yeah. I was doing analysis in one of the previous games, and then I got so distracted that by the time I looked up the game, it ended. So we're not going to do that today. We're going to keep an eye on things and make sure that we are as current as possible. But yeah, Ding, deep in thought. Under 10 minutes now. Under 10 minutes to play the remaining 11 moves. Less than a minute a move now. Gukesh, on the other hand, has 20 minutes to make those remaining 11 moves. He should be in the clear. But it is very, very clear who's defending and who's attacking in this position right now. Very, very clear. So, let's head back to the live board. Okay, so the queen's on c5. And all of this started, it should be noted, with this pretty epic potential bishop sacrifice that Gukesh spotted. That really gave him some excellent chances in terms of building momentum. There's only one move for Ding to play right now, and that is to play rook to e8. If he doesn't play rook to e8, he is in trouble. Full stop. Will he find rook to e8? He does. He does find rook to e8. Rook to e8 on the board. Well done. Well played, Ding. He has just defended exceptionally well. It should be noted, like, one thing I want to quickly point out for those of you who are curious, you might be thinking, can't after queen to c5, can't Ding force an exchange of queens? For example, like, you could just play queen to d3, but this is a disaster because after takes at the end of the line we have this fork. So if you're curious, that's why we can't exchange queens if we're playing with the black pieces. Okay, so Ding doing really, really well. We have to give credit where credit's due. He's played phenomenally well, defending super solid. And now, what do you do here? Well, rook to d6, that would be a good continuation for white, attacking the queen with tempo, possibly being able to double on the d file. That might be the plan. Yeah, Itachi saying the same thing. Attacking the queen. Of course, we're also attacking the a6 pawn. If we choose to take that, we have to be a little bit careful because of the fact that the bishop is eyeballing that square if the rook moves anywhere. So for example, let's say queen to e7. I don't think you can take this pawn because of the fact that you run into some issues. But yeah, not a bad place to have this rook. And then we can play knight to d5 or knight to e5 I was planning on playing, but the engine actually wants knight to d5. Interesting. Okay, then queen to e5. Ooh, it does start getting tricky, doesn't it? Oh man, here I was thinking. Oh no, we can't. We can't do that. Okay, f4. Still can't exchange queens now because the knight is guarding the e3 square. Man, this is complicated, guys. This is super complicated. Yep, disco attack, double attack everything on the board. Yeah, it's like a disco ball. You love to see it. You simply love to see it. A lot going on in this game. This is not a situation, but b2 is hanging now. Oh, do you mean a6 after f4? Oh, okay, hold on. In that line that I was looking at. Okay, so let's put this on the board. Yeah, all right, queen to e7. Okay, we jump in. Okay, so if we take knight to c7. Whoa. Starts getting a little dicey. We actually have to take. That's how dangerous this is. What's the threat? Rook to f8. Okay. To d5 check. King to h8. Knight to e6. Oh my gosh. And if you take, I'm going to take the rook. Yeah. So you have to be very careful about burning a tempo and capturing the pawn, because this knight is going to infiltrate and then you've got problems. That appears to be the reason. I would much prefer to play this though, like knight to e4. Okay, down to 44%, 43% for Deng. Gukesh really starting to use his time now. And I guess the question is, will he play rook to d6? Rook f to e1 is also a possibility. This is crazy, guys. Are we going to see sacrificing both rooks for a queen? Because we could. Takes, takes, rook takes, king to f2, and then rook back to e8. And this would be a very, very exciting endgame. Super complicated. And most importantly, imbalanced. And I guess the question Gukesh is thinking is like, man, do I want to sacrifice both of my rooks for that queen? Will it benefit me? Yeah, I think that might be it. And I think Ding might not be too unhappy with that situation. Yeah, Gukesh is definitely considering this. So he's like, okay, two candidate moves, rook to d6 or rook f to e1, sacrificing both rooks for the black queen. Would be very, very chaotic. For sure. Oh my gosh, he's gone for it, guys. He has gone for it. No ways. He's basically forcing Ding's hand. I mean, I don't think you can do anything else. I think you just have to capture with a queen. Oh my goodness. Rook d to e1. Attacking the queen. And are we going to see an exchange here? We should do. Queen takes e1, rook takes e1, rook takes e1, king to f2. All of those moves play themselves. And he doesn't. He doesn't. Instead, he plays queen to g6. Oh, no, sorry. Queen to f7. Saying, okay, cool. We can exchange, but it's going to be on my terms, and I'm not sacrificing my queen for two rooks. Not this time. Wow. And I think that move might come as a little bit of a surprise. Whoa. Whoa, hold on. I didn't realize this is a huge blunder. This is a huge blunder. Rook takes, queen takes, and now knight to e4. Jumping in with the knight, and apparently this is a huge advantage for white. Okay, so let's say queen to d8. Knight to d6. Oh my goodness, knight to d6. That must be it. And we're seeing this on the board right now. We're seeing this on the board. Except the difference is that Gukesh, instead of exchanging rooks, decides to jump in with a knight first. He's keeping the rooks on the board. And the real advantage here came from being able to exchange rooks, but now there's a single move, only one move, guys. Everything else is catastrophic, and that is rook to f8. He has to find rook to f8. If he doesn't find rook to f8, there is a huge family fork on the cards. Let's take a look. Where is that knight aiming for? It's still aiming for d6, knight to d6, attacking the rook, attacking the rook, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop. This is the definition of a family fork, except for the fact that you're not forking the king. So rook to f8, kind of a natural move, but you are basically, well, maybe it's not that natural. Okay, so rook to f8, you have to play knight to d6, right? But then rook to c7 is the way that you wangle out of it? Oh my goodness. That is insane. Ding just gestured as if he blundered, but he hasn't. There's a way out. Ding just needs to spend a little bit of time thinking here. If he finds rook to f8, after knight to d6, he can respond with rook to c7, and this will solve all of his problems. But he has to find this exact line. It's just a short combination. Okay, you're giving up your queen, but I'm going to take. Now, we'll play queen to e5. Okay, your queen's still hanging. Queen to f6. And now, what exactly? Where is your advantage again? Oh my goodness. Time that he doesn't have, yeah. Down under 6 minutes. But look, in order to calculate for this, it's a process of elimination. I'm sure he'll find it. It's just a process of elimination. You're like, okay, cool. There's a fork. What is the least of all of the evils? If I just move my rook on the 8th rank, just shift it across, allow the fork to take place, and then slide the rook on b7 to c7, everything's fine. I'll be fine. It's tricky, but he has time. He does have enough time. He just needs to take time here. Oh my goodness, this is such an important moment. This will be so clutch from Ding if he can find this. Rook to f8 is the only move that keeps Ding in this game. If he doesn't play rook to f8, it's basically game over. Rook to c7 loses, rook to d8 loses. The threat of knight to d6 is just impending. If we play rook to c7 now, we're like, okay, cool. We start off anyway. Oh, wait, sorry. We start off with knight to f6 check. Oh my goodness. How cool is this? Knight to f6 check is ridiculous. Okay. Ding manages to find the move. Let's watch him play it live. Oh my goodness. Okay, he is still in this game. Ding is dodging bullets, dude. It is unbelievable how well Ding is playing. I've already used this one, but we'll use it again just because Ding has been an absolute beast in today's game. Incredible. Still, Gukesh desperately trying to find some way of continuing with an advantage. And I think the truth is that we need to delay knight to d6 for the time being. Maybe find something else, but everything else is really slow. Oh no. This is not good for Ding. For Gukesh at least. It just doesn't work. Knight to d6 just doesn't work. Rook to c7. Queen to e5. I mean, 6. d5 check. King to h8. Pieces are just too well placed. Okay, rook to f2 makes a lot of sense. We want to double on the e file and try and put some pressure in some way. Oh my goodness. This is turning into such a crazy game. Unbelievable. Really, really unbelievable. Gukesh now down to just 11 minutes on the clock, but 9 moves to make before that 40 move mark where they get an additional 30 minutes and an increment. And I think one thing that is going to be quite disheartening is seeing Ding's reaction and then realizing that he actually found the best move from Gukesh's perspective. He knows that he's pressing, but unfortunately that attack has somewhat fizzled. Yeah. Let's take a look. I wonder what Polymarket says. Let's take a look. Polymarket. Think we'll see a big rebound for Ding. Yeah, Ding jumping all the way back up to 52%. At his worst, he was down to 24%. And just a few stumbling blocks on the path of that attack from Gukesh. Got an advantage twice or thrice already, yep. Unfortunately, it has been the case that Gukesh has built this advantage and then just not been able to follow through. So far, Gukesh playing with 96.9% accuracy and Ding with 96.2% accuracy. Okay, now the question is, what's the best path forward? I think, according to the engine, it's still to start off with knight to d6. I was thinking that maybe we can wait, but knight to d6 is fine. Have to play rook to c7, only move. And now we continue with queen to e5, queen to f6, queen... Oh, we can even take on f6? That's interesting. Oh, but we really don't want to do that. I mean, that's super depressing. Is there anything that we can do here in terms of... Nah. It's just heartbreaking. d7. Yeah, there's just no clear path forward for Gukesh in terms of continuing this attack. Ding is immortal for 4 minutes and 41 seconds right now. Yep. Seems that way. Oh, man. So close. And all he needed to do is at this point exchange rooks first. Rook takes, queen takes, now knight to e4. And the threat is still pretty relevant. Okay, we're going to see a move. Let's take a look. I'm pretty sure we're going to see knight to d6 on the board. We all are Ding Liren on this blessed day, says Membrane Potential. Now time for Blitz. That's it. And what an appropriate time for Blitz, seeing as we're watching this on my channel, Blitz Breakdown. Very, very appropriate. Okay, so we have exactly the engine line. Queen to e5. And expecting Ding to follow up with queen to f6. We're about to see... Membrane Potential says, I am having a breakdown. Alright, so he shifts his queen forward. No problems there. Another only move situation. And now expecting Gukesh to play queen to d5. Probably not interested in trading off queens right now. Still a small edge, but a lot of the risk of this position has very much evaporated, and now black can kind of do whatever he wants. There was like a little line that he needed to play, only moves 3 or 4 moves in a row, and credit where credit's due, Ding found every single one of those only moves to keep himself in the game. And now the advantage that Gukesh had very diligently built up has completely gone. Okay, so he follows up with rook to e5, wanting to double up on the e file, play rook f to e1, and then try and infiltrate the 8th rank, I imagine. h6 is a reasonable move, creating a flight square for the king on h7, a little bit of breathing room. But instead, we have the rook on the 7th rank challenging. And now we can just double, which we do. Okay, so we're seeing this happen. I'm going to go over to the live play. We'll keep an eye. If the analysis bar does anything crazy, I'll let you guys know. Okay, so we have an exchange in the center, immediately responded to by Gukesh, in turn capturing on e5. And now I can tell you that the engine analyzes this position as completely dead. Oh, bishop to b7 is quite creative. I like that, Itachi. If you take, then you're hanging your rook. And if you take with the knight, though? Can't you take with the knight? Okay, so we have queen to c5. It's trying to keep pieces on the board. Yeah, pretty difficult, I think. It's just a somewhat heartbreaking situation for Gukesh fans. Not now, before the rook exchange is... Oh, okay. Oh, there, bishop to b7. Oh yeah, that would have created some complications. Okay, let's keep an eye on the live board. I don't want to get too distracted. All right, so things very much equal. And in fact, now that we're at move 40, the players should be receiving an additional 30 minutes. Survive this situation is more impressive than survive World War II times. Yeah, Ding is him. He's the main character. It feels that way, doesn't it? I mean, every single time Gukesh is getting some momentum, he just finds a way to wangle himself out. He's like a contortionist. This is incredible. Yeah, really unfortunate situation where things are just completely equal. And we are on move 40, so the time pressure that both players, but mostly Ding, was experiencing is no longer an issue. King to f2 is kind of important. Just keeping an eye on the queen on f4. Has some ideas of infiltrating, which we have to be careful of. But the good thing is that with the queen on c5, we are keeping an eye on the f8 rook. So unless the queen is able to move with check, we don't have to really worry too much. But obviously you will go to c1 with check. So just have to keep tabs on things with the white pieces. Yeah, king to f2 actually makes a lot of sense. The knight on e4 is guarding the d2 square, so should be fine. Bishop to c6 is pretty cool. Itachi, this is like a similar idea here. Defend, wanting to attack this knight, removing the defender so you can play queen to d2. And of course, if you take, then queen takes e5 is instantly losing. So, yeah, looking a lot like we're heading towards a draw. What is their accuracy? Good question. Unknown monster, I will tell you in a moment. Both players are on the same accuracy, 96.7%. Okay, 96.8% for white, 96.7% for black. Yeah, 90 plus. Okay, so Gukesh has just gotten over that 40 move mark. 33 minutes on the clock for him, and he now gets an additional increment. And Ding will be right behind him after he follows up the next move. I really like this move by Gukesh, even though the analysis bar doesn't even respond at all to it. But getting this rook on the 7th rank, attacking the bishop, keeping an eye on potentially the g7 square. Yeah, bishop to c6. That was the move that we were talking about. I don't think it works now. Yeah, follows the same principle. Ding down to just 1 minute on the clock. Fortunately, he only has to make one move. And he can take his sweet time, so long as he gets it in before that 1 minute is up, he will be in the clear. All right, he plays bishop to f5. Interesting. Wanting to get rid of that tricky knight on e4. Feels like there could be some kind of tactics because of the fact that the queen is no longer defending the rook. So like if you move your rook anywhere, then you're going to be able to capture, but there's no real forcing moves in terms of how to do that. So like if you take, the king can take back, you're not going to be able to take the rook afterwards. If you... I mean, what else can you really do here? Not much. Just kind of have to accept the situation as it stands. Queen to d4 is what I was after. Threatening. Checkmate in 1. That would be great. And then Ding can play h5 and then I can win. Yay! Okay, we're not expecting that to happen. So rook to g8 is defending. And in situations like this, I mean, I guess I can... Don't know if I can get away with that. Huh. Yeah, queen to d4, mate in 1 threat. That's what we're after. I'm going to take a little bit of a breather after all of that excitement, and I'll be back shortly. All right, back into the groove. What did I miss? Okay, so we're still waiting on Gukesh to decide what to do in this situation. Yeah. Queen to d4, mate in one threat. That was the initial idea that we were looking at. Streamer went for a quick breather. Yep. Quick breather, glass of water, comfort break, whatever you want to call it. Gukesh time is lower now. Yeah, sheesh, that's actually true for the first time in what feels like forever. Yeah, this is definitely going to be massively frustrating for Gukesh. If we just like look at how things went out of the opening, got such a great position, played incredibly well. Even after this move, queen to f3, just keeping the queens on the board. He found this brilliancy here. Bishop to f4, which is an absolute genius level move. And the idea, of course, is that if you take the bishop, we're going to jump into e5 with our queen attacking the rook on b8, as well as the rook on f4. And you're not going to be able to defend both because this irritating bishop is in the way of connecting your rooks on the 8th rank. So he was like, okay, cool. I'll move my rook out of the way. But then Gukesh just started activating this dark square bishop, and that really is where momentum started seriously moving in his favor. And unfortunately, there was a critical moment here where he needed to exchange rooks first. This would have allowed Gukesh to have a clear advantage. So rook takes, queen takes, now knight to e4, threatening to jump in. And let's say after queen to d8, we still play knight to d6, right? Rook to d7. Oh, sorry. Rook to d7. And then queen to d5 check, king to f8, queen to f5, king to g8. So it's a very, very long sequence that he needed to find. Check to f8. And at some point, this advantage materialized into something more. Let's see exactly where. Rook to d1. Ah, rook to d1. Rook to c8. Oof. Basically, white has just taken up all of this space. And black is just cramped. And look how terrible the bishop is on c8. It's just like completely awful. And I guess the threat here is, I mean, what do we want to do? Do we want to move our king across? Anyway, suffice to say, this line was very, very difficult to find. And it was a very long sequence. And with the clock the way it was, unfortunately, Gukesh didn't find it. And just over the following moves, the advantage that he had built up just slipped. And yeah, this is where we stand. Suresh Shank says queen to d4 and knight to f6. Okay, so queen to d4. And you want to play knight to f6. Interesting. Okay, we do have a move on the board. So Suresha, we have your queen to d4 move. Let's take a look at Gukesh play this live. Setting up a very simple mate in one threat. And yeah, a lot of ways to defend this. Actually, there's only one way to defend it. Basically, one move for Ding to play. I don't think he's going to spend much time finding his only defensive resource, and that is essentially one move, rook to g8, which I think we should see on the board quickly. All right, so now that Black's king is safe, what exactly is the plan? Guess we can play rook to e5. Bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, and then queen to f7. And I think we're going to be in for a very, very long and frustrating endgame. Unless the players somehow find some weird way to agree to a draw. And I don't think we're going to see that in today's game at all. So it's going to be a long one for sure. Okay. What to do? What I was thinking, which is always like an idea when you have the queen on the same diagonal as the king, but it's being blocked by a pawn, is to try and get the rook onto the 6th rank. Let's just sort this out. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. So try and get this rook, say, like, over here on d6. And then if this queen ever moves, we'll be able to deliver mate this way. The only problem is the bishop's here, so let's say... Oh, I guess we can go to a7, threatening to take the pawn on a6. That would be the easiest way to do this. And then after capturing on a6, we're threatening to capture on h6 if this queen moves off of this diagonal. William Cartledge says, doesn't feel like a world championship, sorry. Mike Van says king to f6. Knight to f6. Now, so the problem with knight to f6, it looks interesting, but your queen is still hanging. That's the issue with knight to f6. If the idea with knight to f6 is very clever, because if you take, then it is mate. You've got mate in 2. So, and you are attacking the rook. So we need to try and... This tactic is actually really clever, except for the fact that your queen's hanging with check, which makes it particularly hellacious to deal with. But if we can solve that problem, then suddenly this is quite interesting. Doesn't feel like a world championship, sorry. I disagree. I think it's been exciting. I mean, if we compare the action that we've seen in this year's World Chess Championship compared with previous World Chess Championships, it's not very, very uncommon for there to be like 1 or 2 decisive results in games. So if there are 12 games played or 14 games played, just 1 or 2 of them will be a win with the level that they play at. For example, Fabiano versus Carlsen, there were no decisive results. It was just a long string of draws that was decided in the final tiebreak. I mean, that doesn't sound massively exciting to me. So the fact that in this year's World Chess Championship, yes, there have been 1 or 2 games that have been a little lackluster in terms of not massively exciting, but we have had 4 decisive games. So, I mean, I think people need to kind of adjust their expectations a little bit in classical chess. You aren't always going to have, you know, super exciting results on every game, but you have to be patient. You have to wait for the game to come, and yeah, eventually there are some exciting moments like we've seen in this game, and it's very likely that this game's going to lead to a draw, but you can hardly say that this was not an exciting game. I mean, it's been absolutely fascinating. Okay, Ding's costume on his chair looks terrifying when Gukesh looked at it. It was like the Death Reaper came for him. It was so cold. Oh, I see what you're saying, his jacket. That's hilarious. Okay, so we have h3 on the board. And now bishop takes. You can basically do anything now with the black pieces. There's not really much to worry about. You can just trade. I mean, if you want to simplify, I think Ding's going to be realized that he's not playing for a win here, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's thinking that way. G5, H4, Queen to G6. Just don't really need to do much. Just make sure that you're protecting A6 pawn. We could get a situation where it's just a draw by threefold repetition that neither player wants to play for much more. William Cartledge says, fair enough. Yeah, look, I understand. I understand why people say that. There are really good reasons why people would say that. And the main one is Carlsen. Carlsen's not playing. And when the best player in the world is not playing, something is lost. We can't pretend like we're watching the two best players in the world when everyone knows that's not the case. So I get that. Yeah, but I mean, we experienced that in the last one with Nepo and Ding. And there's also the excitement of young and up and coming players like Gukesh and the Indian generation, where the more that they're around and playing at a high level, people like Erigaisi, the more it's going to challenge this thing of Carlsen being the undisputed, king of chess. Like Erigaisi's over 2,800. I mean, if he has a couple of like big results, like he could be right up there. And this whole thing of Carlsen just being, the unspoken best player in the world. I mean, he's still world number one, but yeah, I think that starts to kind of challenge that notion. All right, so we do have a check on C1 by black. Unknown Monster says no one can reach 2,882 elo. That I probably would have to agree with. I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon, unless we have some insane results from people like Erigaisi. Okay, so we've got a check. King to H2, king to F2 is okay. Queen to C3. Okay, so queen to C3, maybe on the next move, we can keep an eye on that. But we have to deal with a check, so let's play king to H2. This is probably what I would play. We can throw in a check. If we want, we could accept threefold repetition here with the white pieces. I wonder if Gukesh will accept this. I've got a feeling he won't. But maybe he played H3 for the express purpose of accepting a draw by threefold repetition. So we could see this kind of thing happening on the board. Check, 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 draw. But no, we don't. Gukesh instead steps forward to F2. Okay, so F2, king to F2. Now we can play queen to C2 check. And I guess we could get threefold this way, but it would just be a little bit surprising. King to G3 is weird. King to G1. Yeah. All right, we have an exchange in the center. We're about to see that live. Ding about to come in after the king's moved to F2. It's about to snap off that knight on E4. Or as the folks from ChessBase say, chop off the knight on E4. Rook takes. And yeah, what do you do now? What are you going to do? I mean, it's very, very difficult to try and make progress here. I still wouldn't mind seeing like a move. Like now we can play rook to E6. So get that rook on the 6th rank. Let's just back up to the live board. Yeah, so maybe playing rook to E6, but I mean, I guess the king can just step out of the way. It doesn't have to do anything. There is absolutely nothing to be had here. A5. I was thinking rook to E6. Oh, of course. We can play b4 because the queen is on this diagonal, so we can't take. That's irritating. Yeah. Just even more futile in terms of trying to get anything going with the white pieces. And now, if anything, we have to kind of keep an eye on these pawns that are pushing on the queen side, but it's not difficult to defend. Okay, we go for a pawn break. Interesting. From Deng. He plays c3. And now we can just capture. Takes. Queen takes. B takes c. And it might look quite strange because you're basically just going down a pawn in an endgame. But yeah, we can just play rook to c8. Rook to rook to e6, a5. Rook to e3, and rook to c4. And yeah, this is completely drawn. And it's such a tease because you're like giving up a pawn, but actually it's not a meaningful pawn. And I think now we're going to start seeing Gukesh coming to terms with the fact that this game is very much just a draw. Despite the big advantage that he had at several points in this game. Just a draw. I think it is also worth noting that the one line that we looked at, when it was like +1.5, it was an incredibly long sequence. I didn't even go through all of the moves, but it was a very, very long sequence in order to realize that advantage. And at that time, they were both under time pressure. So I think it's worth cutting Gukesh some slack. It's yeah, it's definitely not as straightforward. I mean, we see the engine move about and we think, oh, it's, you know, like, why can't they see it? But these lines, in order to realize some of these advantages, you have to play like AlphaZero for like 15, 20 moves in a row where you keep playing accurately. And then at the end of that maze, there's a reward. It's like you're a mouse in a maze and you have to find the cheese, to use that metaphor. And sometimes it's just, you know, a 1 or 2 move combination, and sometimes it really requires a lot. Okay, we're going to see Gukesh make a move with the white pieces. And the move that he's going to make will be, drumroll please, pawn takes. I was expecting queen takes for some reason, but pawn takes is the move. And by capturing with the pawn, the a3 pawn is hanging. So the queen can simply capture back by taking on a3. You could have taken with the queen and then exchange queens. But I think it's quite clear that Gukesh realizes that in that scenario, Ding is going to be able to claim a draw pretty comfortably. But by exchanging pawns this way, it's allows play to continue somewhat. I mean, I don't really know how Gukesh can gain some kind of upper hand in a position like this, but we'll see. Still playing with the white pieces. The game is not over yet, and yeah, has to play something. Okay, so we have king to g3. King to g3, quite a sensible move in that once these pawns on the A and B file get rolling for black, like, we have to be a little bit careful that, for example, black can't steal the tempo by throwing in a check and clearing some space say for the a pawn. So once the king comes to g3, there are no checks available for the black king that don't involve sacrificing itself. So we're not going to see that. But could say queen to b3 now. And just preparing this a pawn from... yeah, just preparing to push this a pawn towards promotion. So what exactly is the... So we start off with rook to e7, I guess. Okay. a5. Rook to... Actually, rook to b7. a4. Oh, and rook to b6. That's really cool. So we actually are going to get the little situation that I was exploring earlier. And now we do have to defend it because the queen's no longer on c1. The queen was doing an important job of defending the h6 pawn. So now the king has to do that. Because if we play a3 here, mate in 1 should be pretty heartbreaking. And very unlikely. So, okay, king to h7. Queen to d3 check. And then we can just probably draw by threefold repetition this way. Which I think Gukesh would... I don't know, I guess if he was going to accept that, he would have accepted it earlier. I don't think we're going to see draw by threefold repetition anytime soon. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious what Ding wants to go for here. a5, a4. Okay, so queen to b3 has been played. And now what will Gukesh respond with? Yeah, rook to e7 makes the most amount of sense. Even, oh, we can't, the problem is we can't play rook to e6 because the queen is on that diagonal. Otherwise we play rook to e6 now. But we have to do a little bit of a rook maneuver. Couple of moves in a row. Which always feels scary when you're wasting moves, like trying to organize your pieces while your opponent is getting a potentially strong pass pawn. But it's also worth mentioning that with a rook on e7, usually in a situation like this, if you're playing with the black pieces, you'd like to put your rook behind the pawn. So you play rook to a8. But once Gukesh has his rook on the 7th rank, this rook will, on g8, will be tied down to the defense of the g7 pawn. Because, of course, there's mate in 1 looming. So we play a5. We play rook to b7, a4, and then b6. And then if you play a3, it's mate in 1. Because you can't take back because of the fact that the pawn on g7 is pinned. So instead of a3, we will probably follow up with this king move, but then we can get a situation where it's draw by threefold repetition if we want. But yeah, not expecting that, considering that Gukesh has already had the option of drawing by threefold repetition and kind of avoided it. Okay, so we have this on the board. Rook to e7, very natural move. Rook to h4. That's an interesting idea. Let's take a look at rook to h4. Because rook to h4 accomplishes the same thing, essentially. Okay, let's try rook to h4 here. Rook to h4, but then queen to e6. So we can just defend it this way. We don't even need to play king to h7. And king to f2. Then a5. And then we need to be a little bit careful now because like this isn't really achieved much. It's much better for this rook, I think, to be on the 7th rank so that I can attack these pawns from behind. So like this isn't like a really meaningful threat because of the fact that you can play queen to e6 or even king to h7. But yeah, that's actually a good point there, that this tactic still works with the rook on h4, so long as it's attacking the h6 pawn. Well spotted, Dad. All right, many thanks for your input. Was interesting to hear you. Bedtime for me. All the best. Thanks so much for joining, William. Have a good evening, and yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow, so you're more than welcome to join in for that. But yeah, have a like we say in South Africa, lekker evening. It's Afrikaans for a good evening. Okay, so we've gotten this pawn rolling, the a5 pawn. And now what do we do? I guess rook to b7, which is kind of what we calculated. Rook to b7. You even play queen to c4 here. That's really interesting. Takes. But yeah, you have to be careful here. You have to be careful because if you go for the wrong pawn, it could be bad. I was thinking rook to a7. Rook to b8. Yeah, you have to be a bit careful here because rook to b3. Difficult to defend if you take on a5. To b3. King to g4. Rook takes c3. Yeah. Gets a little bit chaotic. Okay, what are your predictions in game 14 or tie breaks? Yeah, I think we're gonna go to tie breaks. I think, unfortunately, I would have preferred if things had been decided before then, but yeah, if I'm honest, I think we're going to tie breaks, and I think that in that situation, Ding is going to have an edge, but it's still perfectly possible that Gukesh wins. I just think it's more likely that Ding wins than Gukesh. That's my opinion. But I would prefer, I mean, I want Gukesh to win in the event of tie breaks. Okay, so that didn't work. Okay, what about queen to b1 is kind of interesting. Queen to b1, queen to e4. Yeah, now we're just waiting on Ding with the black pieces. Figure out what his next move is. But yeah, very, very difficult to actually make any meaningful progress here. Yeah, rook to b7. I mean, if you play a4 here, then rook to b6 with a similar threat that we were talking about earlier. King to h7, and then this is the situation where I can just end in a draw right now. Play king to h2 is quite passive. Huh. Rook to c8. Wow. Okay, but then I can just play. Can I just play rook back to b7? Yeah. Oh, queen takes c7, c3 is quite clever actually. And now I can't deliver mate, but I can take with check. Can I not? Can I not do this? Oh, this is actually bad. The h8 takes, rook takes. Now we have two passes. This is lethal. All right, that doesn't work. So we actually have to be a little bit careful here if we're playing with white in terms of allowing black some counterplay, because if the rook can come to c8, it's going to be a little bit too late to play rook to b7 because the queen can take. Yeah, there are some little tricks in this position, but the advantage actually, even though it's equal, it's really black who has more prospects of winning because of the fact that we have this pawn majority on the queen side. Michael Gerstein, if he moves, it's mate in 1. Yeah, so let's take a look at this thing that we set up. Yeah, so the idea was like if a4, rook to b6, and say you play a3 now, then yeah, you can deliver mate. You can defend that quite comfortably by just moving forward with your king to h7. And then all of these shenanigans are not so much of an issue. Michael Gerstein says, Ding needs to get his rook in the game. It's far too passive. Yeah, and I think this is part of the problem that we were talking about. Is just that, okay, so on the 6th rank, there's some threats with a rook of delivering mate. But also on the 7th rank, if this rook, for example, moves to like, you would love to put the rook on a8 and then try and help support, or the word that I really like Daniel Noroditsky uses, shepherd the pawn down the board to promotion, which I think is a good word. But if this rook then goes back to the 7th rank, then you're threatening mate again. And this rook on the 8th rank is going to be like kind of tied down. Needs to be on g8 so that you can prevent mate here. And this is a big reason why, looking at this position, you might say, if you took the analysis off, like let's just take the analysis off, you might say, this actually looks like pretty good for black, because black is pass pawn on the a file and queens on b3 helping to support this pawn to promotion. But there are a number of ways that white can even like equalize by threefold repetition. So for example, let's say a4 6 check, go back. So it'd be one way to end by threefold repetition. So yeah, Gukesh not in any real trouble. Both players playing at really high levels of accuracy today. 97.3% accuracy from Gukesh and 97.2% accuracy. But yeah, the truth is that it really was Gukesh who was pressing at various points in today's game, but unable to convert. And some of the lines that we looked at were just really, really tough. Like really, really difficult to see. All right, Ding has offered an exchange of queens. Okay, of course, but he needs to find a way to navigate it away from babysitting the pawn. That's a really great way of describing it. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. But it's just very difficult to do that. Okay, the main goal is to increase the accuracy to 99. Yeah, here's a question. If their rating was over 9,000, what reference would that be? In the chat, let me know. I'll be very impressed if you know that reference. I'll give you guys the answer if you don't know in a moment. But back to the game. Meanwhile, Gukesh is like, nope, I'm not interested in exchanging queens. I'm going to play queen to e5 and continue. Hammer. No, it's not hammer. It's very famous. Hey, Daniel Victor. We have a winner. Ayo. Well done. You get the prize for getting the Dragon Ball Z reference. Well done. Yeah, that's it. John Robson knows as well. Over 9,000. I've actually I watched Dragon Ball Z when I was a kid. I was like obsessed with it. And then after I entered into adulthood, I just like kind of lost interest in all of that stuff. And very recently I've been watching it again and I just absolutely loved it. It was so cool. Real 90s nostalgia. Okay, so the game continues. We've got the queen in the center of the board, so that's one nice thing. But still, same problem that we were talking about before. The rook being on the 7th rank and the queen also being on the a1 h8 diagonal. It's just really tying down the rook on g8. As someone said before, babysitting the G7 pawn, which I really liked. That was Michael Gerstein, yeah. So yeah, Ding's saying, well, like, okay, cool, if you don't want to exchange queens, no problem. But I think he's probably saying, do I just keep pushing this pawn? Do I just play a4? Probably just play a4. I mean, that's what I would do. Just keep pushing the pawn. And oh, the issue is that now you're actually threatening to take. I've been so focused on the king side that I've forgotten the fact that now the b5 pawn is hanging. So you can capture if you play a4. So how do we defend this? I don't know if you can actually. Yeah, it's tricky. Okay, so let's say queen to c6, but now rook takes b5. This is just not going anywhere. I think... Okay, now a4. Queen to... Now you offer an exchange, but yeah, I don't know, maybe rook to a5 now? Yeah, the issue is, again, as soon as this rook leaves the 7th rank, it allows the possibility of the rook on g8 entering the game. But still, equal. Okay, Itachi says, Vegeta, nice. Yep. Wait for Demon Slayer movies and Sakuna versus Gojo fights. You see, now I don't know what that is, so I'll have to go and do some research. Is that also like anime? What was the anime that my cousin used to love? Oh, Bleach. That was another one. My sister used to like that too. That's basically my very limited experience with anime. Bleach and Dragon Ball Z, that's about it. Okay, so... Yes, peak anime. Epic. Okay, so the queen moves to c6, which is what the engine suggested. But now we just capture on b5. And we're up a pawn. But for how long? a4. Queen to d5, offering exchange. But then queen takes c3. Can we not hold on to the c3 pawn? Why does the engine not really want to try to hold on to the c3 pawn? Okay, let's try rook to b4. Rook to b4, a3. Yeah, we have to keep an eye on this. This is actually, I understand now, this is quite risky. I said that like Kramnik. It's all clear to me now. I understand. So funny. Everything is clear. I need to work on my Kramnik accent. I mean, I think you can hardly be a chess enthusiast and not be able to do a good Kramnik accent. Bleach the horror one. I think it might be. I think it is pronounced differently. Am I saying that word wrong? Bleach? Oh my gosh. What is it? Bleach anime. Maybe... Yeah, this is it. This is definitely it. Japanese anime of the original manga series of the same name. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't get into it as much as I got into Dragon Ball Z, but yeah. I can't quite call myself an enthusiast. Yeah, both players taking this endgame very, very seriously. It's also worth remembering that they don't see the analysis bar. So, you know, we've been like, oh, it's been zeros for the last like 10 moves. Like, they don't see that. They just see like, okay, cool. What's the best move for me to play? What gives me the best advantage moving forward? And I mean, I've seen it before. It really has happened where you have these kind of games and then like everything's fine, both players are playing, and like you're just expecting it to fizzle out to a draw, and then suddenly, like seemingly out of nowhere, it's like minus 1.7 for black, or like plus 0.9. And if that happens, you know, it's game on. So definitely important that these guys play this one out, as frustrating as it can be when, you know, it does ultimately lead to a draw. Okay, Scott Martin says, Epic Chess calls Kramnik the world champion. Really? Wow, that's interesting. I should go and check him out. Maybe I could, like, I feel like that's the way forward for my channels. I need to start drumming up some drama just for clicks. And maybe I'll start some kind of, like, beef with Epic Chess. He's got a pretty massive channel. I really like his stuff, actually. But yeah, that's the way to grow your channel, is to punch up. I also don't know, but an architect YouTuber made a video on Bleach, and she insisted it would be pronounced Blair. I've got a feeling that must be a joke, but that's pretty funny. Is Gukesh considering pushing the H4? Well, I think like there's some merit to thinking about that, because the one thing that you notice about the position is that Gukesh has like a advantage on the king side, a 3 versus 2 advantage. It's just super difficult to try and make progress because of the fact that yeah, as soon as you start moving these pawns, your king becomes more vulnerable, and it's just difficult to really make much progress. But yeah, h4 maybe at some point is feasible. Thumbnail, thank you. Hope you guys are enjoying the thumbnail. A little bit of a reminder that the thumbnail today, we have Ding as Michael Jackson and Gukesh as the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. Oh, champion. Ah, I missed that. I missed that. Oh my gosh. You see, this is also the problem I have, like online, is just when, if I'm texting with someone I know, right, they can convey the sarcasm to me and I get it. But then, because I don't know you guys all super well, it's sometimes a little tricky for me to pick up the sarcasm. But thank you guys for explaining it to me. I do appreciate that. A little bit slow to the punch there. That's good. All right, we are waiting on Gukesh to do something life-changing, let's hope. Would be pretty epic if he found like some insane line, somehow managed to make some progress here. So I guess he's probably considering, like, how is he going to take the b5 pawn? Should he take with a rook or with a queen? Down to 11 minutes. Hitachi says, streamer chokes on sarcasm. That was a reference to earlier. If you rewind this, oh, it was actually quite a while ago. Deep in the stream, I accidentally inhaled some milk, which I would really not recommend as a means of getting milk into your body. So I started basically choking. And then I was thinking, that would be great for content. Having emergency services like breaking into my house. I mean, it would be great for content if I survived. Okay, so Ding, quickly getting up. Yeah, time is a consideration right now. So they get a 30-second increment if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, there's still plenty of chess to be played. It's not the most complex position if you just think of the fact that there are fewer pieces on the board. So yeah, still expecting this one to kind of fizzle out into a draw, but if anything spicy does happen, time might become more of a factor. Yeah, I think, I mean, just looking at Gukesh, he's really dialed in, but I do get the impression that he is still looking for something that isn't there anymore. There are plenty of opportunities earlier on in this game, and now there's not a whole lot really. Yeah, he is. I mean, that's the one thing. He's really dialed in. Could give him the old calculating meme. He's in the zone. There's no doubt there. He's definitely in the zone. He's dialed in. Shivam Shah, welcome to you. Oh my goodness, it's been a while. Finally woke up and it is a draw. You are not wrong, my friend. What is the time in Toronto today? Or right now? Is it early? Must be. Toronto. Must be very early. Okay, 8:44. Nice. Yeah, Ding the defender, just chilling. But yeah, Shivam, you missed out a crazy game. Like, honestly, this game, like, is not like some of the other ones. If it does result in a draw, which is likely. I mean, we had some seriously exciting stuff happening. Okay, so Gukesh decides to exchange queens, and I would expect that we'll see Ding accepting that exchange of queens. He captures on b5 with the queen, and now Ding can simply take. And Ding is taking his time here. You can throw in a check if you want. To f2. I mean, if he wants to keep playing c2, I mean, this might be a way to force a draw. Could go to h2, but then queen to d6 check. So maybe this might be the option, but no, instead, okay, so he instead captures on c3, is that right? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, thanks for explaining that. Today's thumbnail, Michael Jackson and Elvis Presley. Okay, so this is the move that I kind of expected. I was like, okay, rook to a7. Attacking the a5 pawn twice. Queen to e1 check, king to h2. Isn't a threefold in this line, is there? We can just capture. I mean, now in this scenario, we still have a 3 versus 2 pawn advantage. But yeah, just almost impossible to convert this. Like, a lot has to go wrong. But I think we're still going to see Gukesh fighting. That's the plan. He has to keep fighting. He has to keep the pressure on. Shivam Shah says, at least tire Ding out so he has less energy for the last game. Yeah, I guess it works both ways, right? If you tire him out, you're probably tiring yourself out too. But yeah, this has been a little bit of a missed opportunity, but for Gukesh, we'll definitely cut him some slack because I don't think it was quite as clear cut as we would have liked it to be. So just a little reminder, if you are just joining us, what did we have in this game? Started off again with the French. Also, same line as the first game, the Steinitz variation, characterized by this advanced pawn on e5. And things were pretty much straightforward out of the opening. There was okay, no, that's not true. There was a big deviation after a3 and then bishop to e3. This got us out of known theory pretty quickly. I think just move 8, move 9, completely original game. Play continued, everything was pretty good, but then there was a moment here where Gukesh played knight to e2 when he could have actually played queen to g4, and this really would have put a lot of pressure on the king side, eyeballing the g7 pawn, also threatening to jump in knight to h5, etc. And he decides to go for the slightly more cautious option, which the engine wasn't super thrilled with. And yeah, play continued, everything was fine again until this pretty epic move, which was a brilliancy by Gukesh, sacrificing the bishop, but if you take, then you can jump into the center with the queen to e5, attacking both rooks. Rook can't retreat because of the fact that this irritating bishop is not developed. So instead, he was like, okay, well, let me get my rook out of the way, continue to attack with the bishop, and now this dark square bishop was like a bit of a beast. And here's where things started to slip for him. Right here is he needed to take this rook first and then continue, but sadly he didn't. And yeah, ultimately things fizzled out. Let's head back to the live board, see what's going on. Okay, so now we have that clear 3 versus 2 majority on the king side. And yeah, I guess, like, is there really much to play for? Well, considering it's the World Chess Championship, you know, if you've got a pawn advantage, you probably should continue playing, even if it is, in theory, completely dead drawn. Yeah, endgame masterclass. We're going to see probably from both players now. Very, very high levels of accuracy, no doubt. And speaking of accuracy, both players playing at exactly 97.6% accuracy. What does Polymarket say now? Asks Shivam Shah. Good question. Let's take a look. Ding, sitting very pretty. 58% chance of winning the overall World Chess Championship. At its lowest, he was down to 24%. So now some very, very big volatile swings happening. And a big part of that is because of the fact that tomorrow, Gukesh is going to have to defend with the black pieces. And if he does defend successfully, Gukesh's rapid rating is significantly lower than Ding's rapid rating. And it's difficult to say exactly why. It could be the case that Gukesh, being very young, hasn't had as many opportunities to play in rapid tournaments that would help reflect his true level in rapid. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, if it goes to tiebreaks, we'll see exactly what level he's playing at. But yeah, anyway, the bookmakers seem to think that Ding would be the favorite in a tiebreak situation. Okay, so the king's advancing forward. You have to be a little bit protective of the g2 pawn, so we can't go marching forward with our white king yet. But perhaps later on. Rook to b6 check. Okay, so f4 played by Gukesh. I think tomorrow too Gukesh will try to win. It wouldn't surprise me if he sees any advantage with the black pieces. He would be strongly incentivized to go for it. Yeah, king to f6. B6 check. King to F5. To B5 check. King to E4 seems a bridge too far. Then you're in trouble. Yeah, so you can't march too far forward with this king, otherwise you're going to get punished. Okay, but now we can play H4. H4 looks good. King to F7. Yeah, it just doesn't look like this is going anywhere. Well, usually in about 6 minutes I have a guitar lesson that I'm supposed to teach. But I have an agreement that I'll do that guitar lesson after I finish streaming. But the last 2 Wednesdays when I've been covering the World Chess Championship, I haven't had to. So, but today, this game is really stretching on. 5 hours and 23 minutes I've been streaming for now. So it has been one of the longer games that we've had. Yeah, so let's see. H4 or rook to B6 check. We can just, yeah, I don't know. I think Gukesh needs to, he can't play too repetitively. So he needs to figure out like how he's going to make progress. King to F3 is an interesting try. Rook to A3 check, then king to G4. Allowing G3, etc. Rook to A2. Just play G3. G6. Okay, so Gukesh having to deal with rook to C2, so he responds by playing G3. And we're getting a couple of quick moves now. Right, the king steps forward. I think there was a check, if I'm not mistaken. There's a little bit of a lag on the board. Is it me or is the board frozen? Maybe not. No. All right, let's take a look. No, it hasn't. It's live. But we are about to see a move from Ding. Rook to C3 with check. And I think it's safe to play king to G4. I don't think it's too risky. Yeah, king to G4 on the board. Stepping forward. And yeah, I mean, I guess white is heading in the right direction, but okay, so let's say king to G6. Can you even play F5 check? King to F6. King to F7. Can we just play H5 check? Oh, that's clever. Can trade off this way. Yeah, so things still very much even in the balance. Despite the fact that white is up a pawn, this configuration, 3 versus 2, all on one side. We don't have a pass pawn. Definitely likely to yield a draw. That said, these kind of endgames of, well, not necessarily this one in particular, but endgames in general have never been my strong suit. Okay, so rook to a3. Yeah, Gukesh still desperate to try and make something work here. All right, so we have h4 on the board, which is, it looks like progress, but apparently isn't really. But I mean, if something were to go horribly wrong for Ding, which is so unlikely, I guess the way for that to happen would be with white advancing these pawns and trying to push, trying to open things up. Okay, rook comes back to c3. We can throw in a check now on b6 and just driving the king back to the 7th rank. And then h5. Just keep making progress. Rook to a3. Just repeating, then rook to b8. a1. We just... we're just not really getting anywhere. But Gukesh with his signature collar adjustment. I wonder if there's like a table-based thing that I can look at, because usually when there are this amount of this many moves on the board, or this few pieces on the board, at least you can kind of solve. Who can win at this point, says Aditi. Welcome. I would say it is virtually impossible for both of them to win, or either of them to win, but if there was like a percentage chance, I would give like 1% or 2% to Gukesh, and then like basically 0% to Ding. So it's very likely it's going to be a draw, but there's a tiny little incy smidgen of a chance that Gukesh wins. It's just very unlikely. I can tell you right now, like, what the reaction would be. If this game resulted in a win for Gukesh, commentators would be like losing their minds. Like, it would be nuts. People would be like throwing their tables and computers. It would just be pandemonium. It would be complete chaos. That's how surprising it would be. Yeah, Polymarket now 59% favoring Ding to win the overall World Chess Championship. And I mean, that's incredible. Ding has defended like an absolute beast today. So we have to give credit where credit's due. Yeah, but Gukesh is still forcing him to show good technique in terms of defending here. Michael Gerstein says Google has unveiled a new chip which it claims can take 5 minutes to solve a problem that would currently take the world's fastest supercomputers 10 septillion years to complete. Wow. I wonder what this will do to chess engines. Yeah, there's a question. Oh my goodness, that's frightening. That's actually frightening. I think we might have like a situation where we have like the best computers playing against each other, and we'll see some pretty legendary games. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult to imagine. Like, we've already gotten like above like 3,500 or whatever. I don't know what the latest chess engines are rated at, but it's almost impossible to like fathom beyond that. Like, that you can get even more accurate and think even deeper about chess than we already have. Okay, so the king comes to f4. We have a check. It's fascinating and humbling. Absolutely. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. That's something, Dad, if you're watching, you should check that out. That sounds like something you'd be interested in. Do you think chess is a draw or a win for white? Yeah, I mean, like, having the engine opened up, it's a lot easier to to tell. But I think we're gonna get a draw here by threefold repetition. Yeah. All right, let's see the players live. They're about to shake hands. I think Gukesh has had enough of pushing here, and yeah, about to wrap things up. Rip guitar lesson. Yeah, it's okay. I just messaged them now, guys. We do have a draw. Game 13 of the 2024 World Chess Championship has resulted in a draw. The players about to shake hands. There we have it. And the end result of this one, in terms of accuracy, 98% for white, 97.9% for black. An absolutely fascinating game. And we have to give credit where credit's due. Ding defended like an absolute boss. I mean, like, Gukesh played incredibly well. He found some super creative resources with a bishop sacrifice, which was a brilliancy. He missed a couple of opportunities, but they were really, really difficult to find. And I think, yeah, it's definitely disappointing if you're a Gukesh fan, but you can't really fault him. Like, he created opportunities. The fact that he didn't quite keep up that momentum wasn't because of the fact that he played in a way that was like lazy or like just blundered unnecessarily. Like, in order for him to convert these advantages, he had to look very, very deeply, like long 20 move sequence ahead with very little time on the clock in order to find that path to maintaining his advantage. Fortunately, he didn't do that. And obviously Ding played super well in terms of defending. So it was a great game. We'll be back tomorrow. And we'll watch the final game tomorrow. I have a guitar lesson that I need to get to. Guys, thanks so much for sticking around and for watching. You guys are the best. Show you a little bit of love in the chat. And yeah, I will see you guys same time tomorrow. Have a good one. And goodbye. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that that donation. Michael, what a legend. Have a good one. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thanks so much for your awesome support. And I'll chat to you guys all soon. Bye, everyone.